very important ministries where I have responsibility. The Ministry of Social Development, Housing and Community Empowerment, and the Ministry of Health, where I have special responsibility for hospital and community health services. As we soldier on this premise, I am proud, Mr. Speaker, and humbled to lead in this rewarding task of leaving no one behind. It has been a challenging period, Mr. Speaker, with the COVID pandemic. It has been a difficult time as we saw our very true wave of the COVID virus, but we are committed as a people, as the staff within the two ministries, to continue working to do what it takes of us, Mr. Speaker, to develop our people. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased that over $40 million have been allocated to preserving and expanding social safeguards. Of this $40 million, Mr. Speaker, 19 million will be allocated to some form of housing assistance. And Mr. Speaker, during the year under review, where everyone knew what happens in terms of government collecting revenue, in terms of having our first true spike, government has never, ever stopped the social programs. Mr. Speaker, in fact, we know that in terms of the pandemic, last year we started having feeling the real impact. But last year is when government had an increase in the housing assistance program. So from 6 million over all these years, last year we reached to $10 million, Mr. Speaker. That is a government that cares. It's a government that cares about the development of our people, understanding and appreciating that everyone around us needs housing assistance, or most people around us within our rural areas, they need assistance. And so the COVID pandemic would have shown us that there are homes where we need to expand, we need to add a room because of some situations, social situations. There were areas where we had fires and we had to rebuild. And we all know very well that there was an increase in material costs. And so in order to sustain providing assistance, we had to move. But we moved at a time, Mr. Speaker, when we were collecting less revenue. It is also important to note that during this year, we had 5 million for bathroom and toilet. But it's also important to note, Mr. Speaker, that this new bathroom and toilet program, a very first program for the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Martinique, we always hear about Sir Eric Gary and the development he has done. But we have never heard of bathroom and toilet in his time. A caring new national party government, Mr. Speaker, during a COVID pandemic, when we collected less revenue, introduced a bathroom and toilet to lift our people out of poverty. So our people not stupid, Mr. Speaker. We can bring anyone and say, we bring in youth. Well, we have youth here too. Are you looking? When I got involved in politics, I was 32. That's true youth, not 44. 44 is no youth because I'm within that age range and I'm no longer a youth. But we have our sister Materian Stott who's missing here. She's considered a youth. That's why she's missing here. And I want to congratulate her on her newborn baby. Mr. Speaker, she's a youth. That's why she can give birth. When you're over 40, you're not looking to make children anymore. There's no youth there, Mr. Speaker. The youth is around here. Kate Skeeter-Lewis is a youth. And many of our members here, Mr. Speaker, we started as youth. Emmeline Pierre, and we have other members who can call. The very opposition leader that is talking about youth. He entered this parliament as a youth under the new National Party government, Mr. Speaker, and this needs to be known. So we don't get tired up, Mr. Speaker, and our people are not getting tired up about this youthful thing, because they know that the only government that really cares about them is the new National Party government. We need to look back as we talk about housing. During their time, how many people can say that we receive housing assistance under NDC government? NDC government see housing and improving the life of people, ordinary people as greedy and needy and greedy. That's what they call them. But the only true government, Mr. Speaker, the only true party that truly cares about our people is the new National Party. And our people, they do not forget. So let's not take them for fool and say there's a wave. There's no wave. We're getting tied up in a few areas. Our government will continue to provide assistance. We'll continue to look and develop our people in the housing stock. Mr. Speaker, in the delivery by the Minister of Finance, he spoke of 500 houses will be delivered in 2022. This is out of 600 plus houses, Mr. Speaker. But we also must never forget that in total of these houses, we will be giving out a total of 1,000 houses since we reached back into government from 2013 to now. Mr. Speaker, we had houses before sitting down just because of no water and roads. We need to remind people of that. Sometimes we get sidetracked, Mr. Speaker. This NDC government always bring a figurehead to fool people. That's what they did, Uncle Tila. They bring him as a figurehead, and then you have all kind of infighting all over. And I will not spend much time on that, because my real true goal here this evening is to present what we're doing to improve the lives of our Grenada brothers and sisters, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, in 2022, we'll see over 500 houses under the Chinese low-income houses will be given out to several needy families. We have completed works in St. Patrick, which is, and St. Mark. These two sites are already completed. Kiareku, St. David, and St. George will see completion in the first quarter of next year. And so, Mr. Speaker, needy families who are looking for housing will get real houses in 2022. And so I commend and I thank the people of the People's Republic of China for continuing to provide assistance to the government and people of Grenada. I also want to thank the Ministry of Works and the government of Grenada for putting their input in ensuring that we provide better housing stock for our people. We also have the soft loan under the Housing Authority of Grenada, where middle-income families, those with the contracts, can get up to $30,000 to maybe build a small house or to repair their own homes. Many families would have gotten assistance, $4 million. A government that cares for the people, Mr. Speaker. A government, even during the pandemic time, continue to deliver on the promises to the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. Mr. Speaker, we continue to provide support for education, empowerment development, which is a SEED program. And so over the years, we had 13 million. This year will be similarly like last year when we saw an increase of in excess of $18 million. But Mr. Speaker, we also will be expanding on the amount per household. So a house can get up to $150 more than what they were getting last year. We recall, Mr. Speaker, that the maximum a household would get would be $500. Now a household can reach up to $650. And the elderly homes will see increase in what they're giving. We are the only government, Mr. Speaker, that deliver on our promise. We're not telling you, vote for us, and when we get in government, we'll give you $400. And instead, when you get into government, hundreds of elderly citizens are being thrown out of the program. Mr. Speaker, we must never forget, never forget. The elderly citizens, they do not forget at all. In fact, they're still talking about that. They're still talking. So when you come with your empty promises and you feel, well, you have some people sidetracked, we need to give them more credit, because they deserve more credit than what we think. We think that we can fool them, we can tell them we are good in opposition, and we can just say things. We have all the ideas, but those ideas are opposition ideas, and it's only good for opposition. So these people will continue to be in opposition to give ideas. Mr. Speaker, we are a real government that represents the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. And that is why when the Minister of Finance presented, he spoke of capping the gas price and the whole issue of the electricity bill. And that is because we represent people. We are not in this parliament on a chariot of our own. So we listen to the people, Mr. Speaker. Every member here would have spoken on the issue that affect the ordinary man in the constituency. And so we, as a government, came together and came up with a plan. We're not going to just jump with everybody that talk and without putting good policies in place. So we ensure that we look at every aspect of that and ensure that now we can tell the people that in your next billing cycle, you will see lower electricity rate. This is a government that cares, Mr. Speaker. This is a government that cares for all the people, Mr. Speaker, all the time. And we must never forget that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we continue to provide not only as it relates to the SEED program, but even as we speak about pandemic, government has a stimulus package that provides assistance So it's a parallel program apart from SEED that will provide assistance to needy families who lost their job because of COVID or who never had a job and needed assistance, because we realized that with the advent of COVID-19, we saw an increase in prices. And therefore, that is the reason why we had to increase the household support. And that is the reason why we had to bring in another program to assist our needy families across the Tri-Island state. This year is not election, yet we had a stimulus package assisting. And that is why I say this government is always in election mode, if that's what you call election. Mr. Speaker, as a government, we will continue to work to provide assistance for our needy families. And so during the COVID pandemic, Mr. Speaker, the psychosocial unit of the Ministry of Social Development, there were frontline workers. They were working 24 hours a day, Mr. Speaker, answering phone calls. Even as minister, sometimes I have to call the head of the unit to say that I have a family here or there, or somebody who will report to me by somebody that I wanted them to call and to talk to and to deal with them. And so when we talk about dealing with frontline and providing assistance or some additional salary, month salary, it means that our psychosocial team has to be part of that, because they were part working with the Ministry of Health during the pandemic. And so I want to thank them for the hard work, for the dedication, for going beyond the call of duty during that hectic period to assist our healthcare workers, the COVID positive persons, and other people who had other issues during that period, because we know as human beings, we are social beings. And so the very fact that we say you have to go home 7 or 8 o'clock and lock up in your house, that created a problem for some people. And therefore, they needed the psychosocial team. And so I also want to thank our volunteers who assisted the psychosocial team in providing counseling during that period. Mr. Speaker, I want to say how proud and how happy I am to be working along with the Ministry of Social Development, Housing, and Community Empowerment, the entire team, Mr. Speaker, because, you know, when I got in your responsibility and during that whole peak of the COVID, everyone, Mr. Speaker, I literally mean everyone in management, they were calling me to say, we have your back, and any way you need us, we are here for you. Anything you need us, you need help in the psychosocial aspect, you need help wherever, we are there working with you. And so I want to thank them for the hard work and for the dedication and for being there in the battlefield during that very difficult and challenging period. It was a difficult period, Mr. Speaker, not only for ordinary people, but even for us who have been there, who have been looking and seeing so many infections across our Tri-Island state. But yet our workers, Mr. Speaker, our nurses, our doctors, our ambulance drivers, all these people, they were involved in the front line fighting, Mr. Speaker, and so we must commend them for the hard work and dedication. The caring government that I speak about, Mr. Speaker, during the whole pandemic, we saw many families having to bury dead, never prepared that the family will be dying from COVID-19. And so in many instances, they were unable to bury them in the time given and needed some assistance. In normal times, government will give up to $2,000 to her assistance. During that period, we saw an increase of $3,000 for vulnerable families who are unable to bury their dead. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a government that takes care of you in life and even in death. It's a real caring government that cares for the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. And the people are not questioning that because they know, Mr. Speaker, even those people who may say some negative things maybe on social media, when you have real one-on-one talk with them, they say to you, plain and simple, that I know that the only government that really cares for the people is the new National Party government. And that continues to be our track record. That's the part of our track record, Mr. Speaker, as a government that cares for the people. Mr. Speaker, we continue to provide assistance in terms of the court, our probation officers, and we continue to look at other clients who work in the ministry. So over 1,000 clients who work in the ministry and needed psychosocial support. Mr. Speaker, In 2020, since last year we started the Spotlight Initiative, and this year we saw many movements, because last year in the onset of the whole COVID virus we had some delays. This year we have taken off in terms of in many areas. We hire a legal advisor to support the Ministry of Legal Affairs and the Office of the Attorney General. We are looking at many laws on the books that affect women and girls and that affect maintenance and all these things, so that we can make changes, Mr. Speaker, so that families can be dealt with in a proper manner. Mr. Speaker, the whole issue of family violence and gender-based violence, we have heard about it, and the COVID-19 would have shown the whole impact of families not able to live with one another. And I think I spoke of that last year. And you know, when we had the very true wave this year, we had more issues of families having issues, and so we had to continue to provide support. And that is why we are happy with the EU and the UN system for continuing to assist us with over 2 million euros, which aimed at dealing with the whole issue of eradicating violence against women and girls. And there are many pillars that we spoke about throughout the years, Mr. Speaker, that I would not go through, because I do have 2 substantive ministries, and I mean, I can't bring all the people from St. Andrew Northwest here and not address the real issues, which is the constituency issues. So, Mr. Speaker, we continue to provide with the Spotlight Initiative, and this, just last week we started the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, supported by funding from Pillar 3 of the Spotlight Initiative, and we had a really good launch at the Spice Basket, Mr. Speaker, where we celebrate our achievement as a ministry as we continue to fight to eradicate all forms of abuse among our people. Mr. Speaker, we continue to get assistance as it relates to improving the lives of persons with disabilities, and so during the period under review, we got 2 containers from abroad where we can assist people with disability. And I know if we look around in the audience, we'll see the person in charge of that area is here, and you know, they always commend the Ministry of Social Development for the assistance that we continue to give to them. A caring government look at the whole aspect of every human being, because we believe every human is equal. And so we continue to provide assistance, and as a government we'll continue to provide. We have our Smile, which is the home for girls. We always heard before that there are many girls who needed a home. And so government had funded a building and provided additional revenue to the Child Protection Authority, where we now can provide care to some of our young girls who are in need of care and assistance. A government will continue to provide assistance, Mr. Speaker, even in pandemic, even in a time when more millions of dollars have to be spent in health. We still ensure that we deal with all programs that will protect lives, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to move briefly to hospital and community health services. Mr. Speaker, as I indicated earlier, this year has been a challenging one for the Ministry of Health. We saw thousands of ordinary people, our people, Mr. Speaker, people who we love, people who we know from very small, people who we interacted with. They were infected with the COVID-19 virus, and so the Ministry of Health had to work overtime. Our nurses, our doctors, our ambulance drivers, our cooks, our cleaners, you know, all of these important people, our lab technicians, all the different people within the hospital and community health, Mr. Speaker, they had to work, going out in the villages, working in the hospital, working on the COVID ward, looking after people, Mr. Speaker. And it's sad to say that during that time, we lost 200 of our people. It has been a difficult time, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I normally is the one who cries more for everything. But during that period, Mr. Speaker, I had to be comforting my brother first, because he started crying. And so I was crying with him, but comforting him. And so it was a difficult period. It was a painful period for us as we saw people dying, as we saw people who we know infected with the virus. And at this juncture, Mr. Speaker, I really, really want to commend the management team of the Ministry of Health, the management team within the hospital services. Mr. Speaker, every single day during that period, we had to meet at 8 o'clock, 8 to 10, to debrief. And sometimes we had to meet at the morning, and so I would be the first one to wake up my colleague minister. And so when the wave died down, he said to me, don't wake me up 6 o'clock again, because right now we need rest. Mr. Speaker, I smile now, and I would say that God is faithful through it all, through all this difficult period, Mr. Speaker. When we were in pain, Mr. Speaker, tough times, I want to thank all my colleagues who have always been there, calling and finding out how we're doing. The two PSs in health, Mr. Speaker, who have always been there. PS and Paul, who have been more than just a PS, who have been shacking out in the hospitals at time, and still for all, Mr. Speaker, getting on the weekends to come to assist with doing vaccination. Mr. Speaker, this speaks volume of these people, Mr. Speaker. And so we must never forget this hard work and dedication of these people, this staff within the Ministry of Health. Mr. Speaker, I recall Nurse Lyons having to be in the hospital, in the ministry, up to 8 o'clock in the night, dealing with vaccination. I remember Dr. Philip, Mr. Speaker, that's one that stays with me forever. That's a retired doctor who could decide, well, maybe I want to go and work in SGU, or I might travel abroad and see how I could make a few more dollars, because I already retired. She stayed in the healthcare system, assisting us, Mr. Speaker. But even more than that, on her day off, when we had shortages, she would pull on everything she's doing and rush to the hospital to assist us, Mr. Speaker. These are people who care for the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. We must never forget. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, when we hear they say, oh, this election, so you promise 1 month's pay. This is no election. During that period of difficult times, we met with them. Prime Minister met with them at different levels. And it was across the board that yes, they will appreciate us regularizing them. And we started the work already to regularize them. In fact, I believe there's too much actors in the ministry, in the hospital services. We do not have any movie there, that's not Hollywood. And so we are working to address that. But when we spoke to them, they said to us across the board that we would like to get 1 month pay. And I was back and forth on whether thing, and the team said to me, let's agree for 1 month's pay. And I recall we met and we raised that with Prime Minister. And then he met with the police and similar thing came from them. So it was what the people asked for, because we are a government of the people and we listen to the people. Mr. Speaker, what it is about election now, we listen to the people and so we act, Mr. Speaker, because we believe that they deserve that and more. We have seen their dedication. We have seen doctors staying in the hospital, nurses, Mr. Speaker, even against the union. The union was telling them not to work 12-hour shift. They came forward on their own. No one forced them. They said, I'm willing to work 12-hour shift. So the decision was made that the nurses who wanted to work the 12-hour shift will work. Those who wanted to work the normal shift will work. But we had a number of our nurses, Mr. Speaker, who decided that they will work 12-hour shift, understanding that it was a difficult period for all. And so I want to commend them, Mr. Speaker, and say I am indeed happy to be a part of this very important team at this important time, because I believe that we will go down in the history, when the history is written on how Grenada managed the COVID-19 pandemic. We will be part of that history. Our nurses, our doctors, every member of our staff. Not only our nurses and doctors, because our cooks are as important as the doctors. Our cleaners, our ambulance drivers, they are also very important. Our lab techs, if they're not there to do the testing, then we're in problems. So they too, Mr. Speaker, they are all very important. And so I want to thank them, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, while we had all these issues as it relates to the virus and having to spend millions of dollars doing COVID testing, we continue to develop our hospital. We continue to buy new equipment as the government. So when we go to cabinet and we ask, we get support from the entire cabinet to buy new equipment for the health services. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, we saw the Smart Healthcare Project of the Princess Royal Hospital in Carriacou. And I know our sister will be very happy in the new year when we have to open this brand new state-of-the-art smart hospital in Carriacou. Work we are already completed there, and we're hoping that by sometime in January, we'll see that ribbon cutting ceremony. We know the Richmond Home for the Elderly. Presently, we are doing some work there in conjunction with PAHO and funded by the government and people of the UK. Total investment, Mr. Speaker, to date is over $4 million US, and we are expecting that for Richmond Home to be completed maybe by the end of December. We saw refurbishment of medical stations in different areas. We had Pedmotor, we had Ahoma. So as a government, we continue to provide in every area that speaks to development of our people. We continue to ensure that even with the X-ray, Mr. Speaker, we had an issue with Princess Alice Hospital that I want to speak about. We received assistance from Grenlec in collaboration with the government of Grenada and the Benjamin Foundation of an X-ray machine for the Princess Alice Hospital. And during the spike of the COVID, we realized that there's an issue with the machine. It wasn't able to read everything. And so there was still warranty on that machine, and so the hospital services reached out to the place where it was purchased, and we had some difficulties in getting it repaired. And so we went to the cabinet and asked to purchase a brand new X-ray machine, because we know, Mr. Speaker, remember, Mr. Speaker, we have 4 women from St. Andrew who are concerned about providing services for the people of St. Andrew. So I cannot be in Ministry of Health. It means that they will hold me accountable to say, well, what are you doing? So when we went to cabinet, the cabinet approved this new machine, Mr. Speaker. We already paid for it, and we are waiting it to reach to Grenada. A brand new state-of-the-art X-ray machine for Princess Alice, Mr. Speaker. As we speak in Princess Alice, Mr. Speaker, work is being done there so that we can provide laboratory services there. Our people in St. Andrew, they have to come to St. George's to do blood work. We say that must be a thing of the past. And so in the new year, we will be seeing lab work being done at Princess Alice Hospital. A government that cares for the people, Mr. Speaker. A government that is investing in the people. A government that has a proven track record of taking care of its people. Mr. Speaker, we are continue to provide services in different areas, Mr. Speaker. So we had pediatric services provided in St. John, in St. Guab, St. Andrew, and Carriacou. We had ophthalmology services introduced at Princess Alice Hospital, Princess Royal, Guab, and Sotes Health Center. A total of 80+ persons were seen as COVID-19 disrupt those services. Mr. Speaker, though we had COVID-19 and we had some services being impacted by the hospital, in the hospital, we continue to provide emergency surgeries. There's some critical surgeries that we couldn't put off. People who are diagnosed with cancer and needed treatment. Urgently, we continue to provide those services, and we'll continue to provide those services. All these services have restarted in the different areas. We had some new services for 2021. We had seen cardiology services, and we had introduced a psychosocial support in the hospital services, where we add a new counselor. Mr. Speaker, I really want to thank all those who assisted us in the Ministry of Health. We saw Dr. Alexis, Dr. David, we saw Nurse Hector, and many other persons living overseas in the diaspora to come to assist us at the hospital. We had a Mexican team. Mr. Speaker, we had many people in the diaspora providing support to us during the COVID pandemic. And we thank them, Mr. Speaker. I know my colleague minister will elaborate on those assistance that we received. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Ministry of Health. I want to thank everyone who have been involved. Thank the Cabinet, the Chairman of the Cabinet, which is our Prime Minister, and everyone who have been involved in providing us with all the funding that we needed at the time to deal with COVID-19 and to deal with the other issues of healthcare. We are very much thankful for the assistance that Cabinet has given us during the period. We were able to employ 45 new nurses during that period, 80 new doctors, ophthalmologists, and a gynecology specialist. Mr. Speaker, the issue of human resource and the issue that I raised earlier as it relates to dealing with the issues that confront our staff in terms of regularization, in terms of job tenure, will be addressed in the first quarter of 2022. And so we have been with them. We have met them at their top. They have explained what the issues are. And so as a government, we are committed to dealing with the issues that affect our people. Mr. Speaker, I would like to turn my attention to the people who are responsible for me being here at the ministry, at the parliament, which is the constituency of St. Andrews Northwest. Mr. Speaker, 2021 indeed has been a challenging period for the people of St. Andrews Northwest, as with every other part of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. We have seen infection of many families within the constituency. Mr. Speaker, sadly, we have seen deaths. We saw people dying of COVID-19. It was a painful period, Mr. Speaker. These are people who, we get to love and be a part of. We saw them dying. And so, Mr. Speaker, to the families in this honorable house, I'd like to, while I already went to them, to say accept my sympathy, but in this honorable house, I'd like to express my sympathy to all the families within the constituency who had lost loved ones during that whole COVID pandemic. Mr. Speaker, through it all, God has been faithful towards us. And so we want to give him praise, we want to give him thanks, we give him all the honor because he deserves it. We could have been like other countries that's still experiencing massive infections, but he has again protected us. And so we have a responsibility also to protect ourselves. We have a responsibility to follow the protocols, as I've constantly told the people within my constituency. And Mr. Speaker, during that period of the COVID-19, I've also become a doctor and maybe a nurse too, because I've always been out there trying to get them to vaccinate. As their leaders, I must be responsible. And so, Mr. Speaker, I have organized vaccination pop-up in mostly every village, or in every village within the constituency. And I've always been there with the team of nurses who went out. And Mr. Speaker, we have seen many families, many elderly in their homes, we have brought in nurse there to get them vaccinated. And we still have a number of families and a number of people who we want still to be vaccinated, and we'll still continue, Mr. Speaker, to educate them on the importance of vaccination. Mr. Speaker, during the period of pandemic where once we knew of a family who had the virus, we acted. Quickly we called, we provide support, and we ensure that we provided care packages to every needy family with COVID in the constituency. It wasn't yellow and green, Mr. Speaker. COVID affected everyone. So once we knew that a household was positive, we showed up and we called them and we provided. Mr. Speaker, I guess you didn't know that, because we do not take pictures and post on the internet. We believe if we are assisting from our heart, the people know we are assisting them, and so they will talk. We do not have to showcase like those who go in the synagogue and pray. So we did hundreds of hampers across the constituency, and the people know that we have been there for them. But you see, the people expect that of us, because as the NMP government, we are always a caring people. We have always represented our people, Mr. Speaker, despite of political affiliation, and so we continue to provide assistance. Mr. Speaker, even during the pandemic, we provided assistance to our schools in the areas with mask sanitization, and so we'll continue to provide them with those assistance and be there for them, Mr. Speaker, because we understand what is needed and in this critical time of pandemic. Mr. Speaker, this caring government continue to develop the human capital, and St. Andrews Northwest is no exception. We had scores of people within the constituency getting tuition assistance for SGU, UE, and TAMCC. Mr. Speaker, I've always boasted, excuse, that the only government that cares for in terms of real human development is the NMP government. Mr. Speaker, before, the only people who had degrees in our areas are people who came from the elite. These are the people the majority of people who had degree before, they came from high up there. They had monies, the family had monies, or they had lands and stuff. But now, Mr. Speaker, every year we are seeing in excess of over 10 persons graduating from St. George's University, from UE, and a large number of others are getting tuition assistance. Mr. Speaker, some of our students are performing well in CXC because of the assistance given to them by this government. So the government continue to provide assistance across the country, and St. Andrews Northwest get a fair share of assistance. So we provide assistance to pay for CXC for vulnerable families who cannot pay for CXC. We provide to pay for CAPE at TAMCC, Mr. Speaker, for vulnerable families who cannot pay for CAPE. Long ago, it's 2 and 3 persons in St. Andrews Northwest used to hear about CAPE, you know. But when you hear about CAPE now, Mr. Speaker, scores of our families are now being able not only to pass CAPE, but to go to universities. And so I want to commend this caring new National Party government for continuing to assist the people of St. Andrews Northwest. We continue to provide bus assistance, Mr. Speaker, not only for secondary and primary, but for TAMCC also. And once you start getting for TAMCC, then we also provide for needy families who go to SGU. It's a government that continues to provide assistance, Mr. Speaker. We have many people, Mr. Speaker, young people within the constituency, Mr. Speaker, of St. Andrews Northwest, who are part of the Imani program. But we also have many of them who are already transitioned into permanent jobs, into real jobs. So when you hear all this old talk about the Imani keeping some people 8 and 7, how much years, Mr. Speaker, while there might be some issues, some facts to that, and I'll explain why, Mr. Speaker. This government is a caring government. So while we may want hundreds of Imani trainees to transition, sometimes they do not find gainful employment. And as a means of understanding that they need to support their families, we continue to keep them, trying to empower them, Mr. Speaker. But I'm pleased to say that the transition program has started, and many Imani trainees in St. Andrews Northwest have been transitioned, and more will be transitioned in the new year. And so, Mr. Speaker, you know, we're talking about youth. And we say, well, we have to give youth a chance. But, Mr. Speaker, the new National Party has always been giving youth a chance. That is why many of our young people are no longer on the block, no longer homes, make with children, they are gainfully engaged. And Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, we need to give them the credit that they deserve. So we believe that they will sway somewhere else talking about 44-year-old youth. Mr. Speaker, they're not swaying anywhere because they are brilliant. You know, they say, fool me once, shame on you. They say they're not fooling them twice because they do not want it to be on them. That's what the young people are saying. The young people remember, Mr. Speaker, the empty promises that was made to them before. They told them, vote for us. You're getting $700 or $800. In our time, you will get $1,000. The people in St. Andrews Northwest, they are talking about that. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if you heard it, but I've listened to a group in Paraclete, right in your area, talking about the same thing. I've listened to them in Mountain too. And I know they have been in other areas talking about the same thing, that they fooled us before and they think they can fool us again. Mr. Speaker, these people voted because they thought they was going to get $1,000. What do you think happened? All of them, they were sent home. We must never forget. Maybe we're getting old inside here and we're forgetting. The young people not forgetting, Mr. Speaker. They constantly remind us that I'm not stupid. No one cannot pull us anymore. We have learned from the mistakes that we made before, and we're not making that mistake anymore. So, Mr. Speaker, these young people, they will continue to support the New National Party because they believe that the New National Party care. The New National Party is the only party that really not only speak about youth and youth empowerment, but we showcase youth empowerment and have raised and identify persons who are youth. And we can't stay youth forever. So it means that we'll get older. So I'm no longer a youth, but I started as a youth. You look at the Senate and you see we have youth there by the New National Party also. So we have always given young people a chance, Mr. Speaker, by the New National Party government. We continue to provide additional assistance, Mr. Speaker, in terms of this whole seed program. Over 400 families within the constituency are getting this seed, and over 50 families are already getting the CES, which is the stimulus program. And these people, Mr. Speaker, you cannot fool them. You can't fool the old people because you promised them before. You told them, vote for me. You'll get $400. You know what people died during that time, 2008 to 2013? Because you removed the money that they was getting to support themselves. Yet you're coming back now with all kind of gimmick and playing all kind of games, thinking that you are able to fool the people. Mr. Speaker, a blind man watching them, so he said, who is that? He asked them, who is that? Pretending, maybe, and I said, maybe he could see. When they say it's NDC, he said, no. I thought it was Sister Zelma, husband, that day. I'll take out me $400. I didn't give me the $400. Mr. Speaker, they know who I'm talking about. The person who was involved in promising people at the time know what I'm talking about. When he was trying to get to people's house now, the old people are reminding them that you had promised me money before. And instead of getting or continuing to get what I had before, you remove all the assistance that I had before, and so that they are not getting sidetracked. Mr. Speaker, in the year under review, over 60 families receive housing material. You know, it's the first for the constituency, you know. What is shocking about the whole thing? During the last rain, the housing minister was from St. Andrews Northwest, you know, Mr. Speaker. Are you aware of that? Yet you couldn't show 10 houses on your hand. There's someone around here inside the Honorable House now who's part of this team who was involved in that, Mr. Speaker, involved with them at the time, when they was not giving any real support to anybody. So you see, you can't come and tell people now that you will improve the housing, start and talking about house repair. But we are the only government that provides house repair for people, and so we will continue to provide, and the people will continue to support the New National Party government because they believe that we are the only government that truly care for them. We provide bathroom assistance, Mr. Speaker. In this year, over 38 families were added to the list of families getting bathroom and toilet. We assist them. So we give some, and we have discussion with them. We say maybe you have to get your blocks, you have to get your gravel and your sand, and we'll assist you with the rest of the material plus the brigade assistance. And in some instances, they say, well, give me some of the material, I'll provide my sand and my gravel, and I'll get my own labor. And sometimes we even mobilize some volunteer labor on the weekend to assist families because we really want to see to get rid of pit latrine. We want pit latrine to be a thing of the past in the constituency of St. Andrews Northwest and by extension Grenada. But Mr. Speaker, we know that we're not going to complete that project, as I said before. It's a big project. So we know in the next term, Mr. Speaker, yes, Mr. Speaker, the next term, we will continue to work to get rid of all pit latrine across St. Andrews Northwest and across Grenada. Mr. Speaker, we provide assistance of water assistance for families who have no pipe-borne water. We help with the connection. Needy families. The very fact that they don't have no pipe-borne water, we know that they are vulnerable families. Water is life. And so in this year, we had 12 families getting water assistance. We think we have about 7, I think, applications still being processed. So maybe if we get everything, then we may have 19 before the end of the year. And we continue to work in the new year to see how we can eradicate that issue with no pipe-borne water. I grew up with no pipe-borne water in my home, and so I do not want families to continue. I believe that I have an opportunity at this time to assist families with pipe-borne water. That's why I'm here. I'm here as the representative of the people of St. Andrews Northwest to improve their lives, because I know where I came from. And my colleagues say, well, they're tired here where I came from, so I won't tell you where I came from again, but I would say that based on that, I am committed to developing the people of St. Andrews Northwest, Mr. Speaker. And when I say the people of St. Andrews Northwest, I'm speaking of all the people, not some people. I do not play games with the people of St. Andrews Northwest. When somebody who's support the NDC come to me and they say we need housing assistance or they need some like private assistance, I give them quietly. Not the housing, I give them quietly because the housing is done through the ministry. If they need any assistance, they feel comfortable to come to me or to call me, and I will give them, and I say the right hand doesn't have to know what the left hand is doing. So if anybody say you get assistance from me, it's because you told them, because I would not be telling anybody. I believe that I have a responsibility to protect, a responsibility to assist, a responsibility to develop the people of St. Andrews Northwest. Mr. Speaker, we also provided electrical assistance in terms of the material to wire houses. We know that the whole COVID-19 would have shown us the inequality in education, where some families there's no current in your home, no electricity in your home, and therefore if you are to use the gadget, you cannot use it with no electricity. And so we have provided assistance to many families to wire their homes, and will continue to provide to additional families in the new year. A government that cares for the people, Mr. Speaker, a government that will continue to deliver. I'd like to thank the Ministry of Agriculture for the Grambra Estate, for restarting work at the Grambra Estate, where we saw a number of unemployed young men and women in the constituency are not gainfully employed, producing for the nation. And so I want to thank the Minister of Agriculture and the Ministry of Agriculture and the Cabinet for this initiative. We are happy to be part of that. The debushing continues to provide temporary jobs for hundreds of people in St. Andrews Northwest, and we have seen 30 gangs from since July to now. The most gang that we have ever seen in a long time in pandemic, Mr. Speaker. And the government continue to provide for the people of the constituency and by extension by the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and PD Martinique. So we'll continue to provide assistance to our people across, Mr. Speaker. We have provided medical assistance for medication, CT scan, for small surgeries. Many families got assistance within the constituency of St. Andrews Northwest, and for that, we want to thank the government and people of Grenada for assisting us. Mr. Speaker, we have seen a number of infrastructural work in the constituency in the year under review. So I've made a promise to the people of Santopie after walking through the streets, and I know, Mr. Speaker, I'll show you how about the Santopie Bridge and the walkway to reach to Dunfermline that the people clamored for. And I'm pleased to say that construction work has started there and is almost nearing completion. That's a government that delivers. And so the people are saying that when we ask, you delivered. Mr. Speaker, do you believe when the people watch the delivery from the new National Party and their representative, do you think they will look to go for somebody that's fighting all over the place? You don't even know who is the true person that's looking to run against me? Because there seems to be all kind of craziness. You think people thinking about that? But I'll leave that there because that's not my business. So I'm minding my own business, Mr. Speaker. And my business in this house here is to represent the people of St. Andrews Northwest, which I'm doing, Mr. Speaker. And that is why within every village, you can see some level of construction work. So the people of consignment, they are saying that we no longer have to walk with two shoes, wash off, fit in the pipe, and then go on the bus. Now they have road and they're asking for hump now, Mr. Speaker. So from Mud Road, they're now asking for hump because they see the people driving fast. The road has now been completed. And that we are doing in every area. In Baltazar, they have asked for the main road, the drains and all that. We have worked almost completing there. And Mr. Speaker, in 2021, we'll continue in Baltazar because I've made a promise to two areas in terms of lighting of the playing field. When I met with them on the turf, listened to them, they have asked for what they want to see based on the needs within the constituency, and they have asked to light the playing field because they say we have many sports people, there's sports men and women. And so Sab and Baltazar, I'm pleased to announce that in Sab, the contract has been awarded, and before the end of the year, we will see the lighting of the Sab playing field. And in the new year, we'll see commencement of work to light the Baltazar playing field. Mr. Speaker, my credibility is important. So when I make promises to the people, I must ensure that I am able to keep them. And so that's why I want to thank that caring team here who will support those assistants, because it's a team who care, not a fighting team, Mr. Speaker. This is a team that care for one another. We reach out to one another. There's love in this NNP team, Mr. Speaker, love among us. And so we are not even looking outside there, because this is a team that care for the people. We continue to provide assistance, Mr. Speaker. So as I said, in every area. At Delphi, we have the main road where we did a retaining wall and the drainage. Beauregard, we do pavement and drains. Monlong, we did some farm roads and we did some pavement there. Byland, we have more than one project there. We have the consignment I just spoke about. We have over $8 million, I think, in the Claboni Farm Road. And Mr. Speaker, when the Claboni Farm Road, they did not take into consideration that the main road leading to that Claboni Farm Road needed construction. And so I'm pleased to say that that too will be done. So we'll see the main road and Claboni Road all being done and completed within next year, please God, Mr. Speaker. Moncton, there's a retaining wall leading to the cemetery. It's something that they have been clamoring for maybe over 30 years, I've heard somebody say. And I'm pleased to say that work has already started there, and that retaining wall will be built. We have seen work in Dunpumblin, Welling, Granlette. There's a number of different construction there, drainage, pavement, in every area, Mr. Speaker. In Boulogne, we had the Boulogne Bridge, and I was expecting that work will start there this year. However, Mr. Speaker, I know the evaluation was done, and the engineer came with the Ministry of Works, but I've not seen, and I know we're almost in December, so hopefully we'll see construction work starting there in 2022. Mr. Speaker, as the parliamentary representative of St. Andrews Northwest, we have started a soup kitchen last year, October. This year is a little over 1 year, and we have continued to provide hot meal 3 days a week, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Friday, to needy elderly citizens who do not get lunch and get it on time, or even persons with disability. Our team go to their homes and provide a hot meal 3 days a week. I want to thank all those who have supported this initiative. This is not a government of Grenada initiative. It's a constituency initiative where members within the constituency provide cases of chicken, provide provision, provide split peas, and all the things that you need for a soup kitchen. And so I want to thank them for the continued support. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I close, I want to touch on the area of Carriacou and some of the initiatives that have taken place there. As you realize, our sister is not with us. Housing. So when we talk about housing, Carriacou has a low-income housing project with 100 units. So 100 families will receive housing in Carriacou, Mr. Speaker. So 100 families from Carriacou and PD Martinique will receive housing in Carriacou. I've spoke about the initiative as it relates to the new hospital, the smart hospital, and the health center there already. There, Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary representative is not here, but I always say to her, it seemed to me that Carriacou is a country for itself, because when she is seeking assistance for her constituency, sometimes I want to say country, because she have Carriacou for itself, and then she have Petit Martinique, so she's giving a rationale. She's giving the cabinet the rationale why Carriacou should have some and why Petit Martinique should have separately. So she's championing the cause for the people of Carriacou and Petit Martinique, Mr. Speaker. That is someone, Mr. Speaker, who has represented our constituency well. And I have no doubt about that, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I've been there with her. And sometimes I go for the Chinese housing and I walk through house to house with her. Mr. Speaker, she is one who cares for the people of Carriacou and Petit Martinique. And so we always back and forth because she's always looking for extra assistance. So we have brigades where we provide building bathrooms and we have building toilets. She would say, well, Petit Martinique should get their own and Petit Martinique should get. And so the cabinet always supports, as I said, is a cabinet that will have love for each other. So she gets the support. And so Carriacou has its fair share of what is happening in the mainland as it relates to those social programs. Mr. Speaker, I stand as a proud member of a government which has always put people first. A government that has an amazing track record and that has consistently kept its promise, even in the toughest of time. Mr. Speaker, can you just give me 2 more minutes as I'm wrapping up?
You have 15 minutes more, you know, just to remind you that an hour is gone.
Mr. Speaker, I'm satisfied that our ethos is rooted in the biblical precept of whatsoever you do to the least of my brethren, you do unto me. As we face the future, we are confident in tried and tested leadership. Did I say that? We are confident, Mr. Speaker, in tried and tested and proven leadership. Our national experiences of recent times have always reminded us that leadership matters. I say again, Mr. Speaker, you learn by reputation. Leadership matters. Leadership makes the difference on whether public servants are paid on time or whether they are paid on the 31st and the 35th of the month, which never exists because there's not 31st, it's the next month. Leadership matters whether or not you make promises for increase in salaries and it's never fulfilled. Leadership matters, Mr. Speaker, whether or not you make promises to people that you cannot fulfill. Leadership makes a difference on whether we move forward as a united front focused on bringing benefits to our people. In a time of the greatest challenge mankind has faced in 100 years, experience leadership becomes even more critical. And so, Mr. Speaker, we faced an uncertain future, undaunted because of our enduring faith in our God and the confidence in the leadership that has repeatedly and consistently delivered, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are confident of this government's ability to deliver on the plans for the people, Mr. Speaker. We have shown our track record, our proven track record, Mr. Speaker. And so we hear in all these kind of stories about there's this old and this young thing. Mr. Speaker, I recall we had a referendum, didn't we? And we gave people a chance to decide whether or not you wanted 2 terms in office, limited terms, or the people decided, Mr. Speaker. So I'm hearing all these things around about leadership and who should step down and who shouldn't step down. How do we decide on who step down and who don't step down as, first of all, as leader of a party? Because what I do know, the leader or a prime minister must first be selected by a constituency, must be elected by a constituency. So you can't talk prime minister if you don't have a constituency, or you can't win a constituency. The only how you could talk prime minister, Mr. Speaker, is when you have a constituency and you could win a constituency. So we cannot be talking about who should step down and who shouldn't step down, Mr. Speaker. In fact, sometimes I say, and I say it publicly now, maybe not the right place, but I'll say it still, that sometimes I say to myself that we are unfair. It's us. Because our leader has indicated to us that he is ready to give up. And I recall very vividly, it's a private retreat, but I still will talk about it, that he says he's willing and he's ready. But I remember the whole team saying that now is not the time, that we want you to lead us to the next election. The next election is coming, but we asked for that, Mr. Speaker. And so the Prime Minister will step down when he has to, but he would not be pushed out by any person this saying, well, age, because there's no age when you're talking about leadership, Mr. Speaker. All of us here, we started young and we reach a particular age, but we're talking about tried and tested leadership in our Prime Minister. He has been tried and tested, Mr. Speaker, and the truth is, sometimes we forget. We're not sitting here just because we want to sit here. People have decided, Mr. Speaker, not once, not twice, they have decided to vote us in 15-0. So how come are we talking leadership issue here? When the nation has made a decision to vote the new national party, that's because they tried others and they have decided that they wanted. So 2013, maybe we could have said, well, there's a failed leadership, so they give us 15. But we served for 5 years, and then they give us the next 15-0. Are we talking about leadership? The people must decide. That's why we are here. This is a democratic country, and the people has to decide. Oh, Mr. Speaker, you know, I hear the whole talk about dictatorship and all that. You know why you hear about dictatorship? Because he's a leader that is able to keep his team together. That's a leader that's able to keep his team together. So you call it dictatorship, call it what you want. But that's a leader that is able to keep his team together. Do you see we are fighting? What you see among us is love. And that's because we have a leader who is able, who understands the whole thing, the whole political thing and governance. And so he's able to keep his team together. And so you are attacking him because you realize how valuable he is. And you realize that maybe if I'm able to destroy it now before that new person emerge, then we'll be able to get a chance to rise again. That will never happen, Mr. Speaker. The people are saying that this is a tried and tested government, and they'll continue to support us. And our current Prime Minister will leave, Mr. Speaker, but he'll leave after, Mr. Speaker, and we have asked for that. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my office staff. I want to thank my office manager, my brigade leaders, the housing officers, the city officer, everyone in the constituency, Mr. Speaker, who have supported me over the last 8 years being in government, and before that, because I spent 4.5 years in opposition working in the constituency of St. Andrews Northwest. I like to say to them that I'll continue to provide assistance. I am committed to continue to work on your behalf. I'll be there for you. And I want to thank you for even now being here to support me this afternoon, Mr. Speaker. And it was all over the place that whether or not we want people to come. So I decided at first that maybe I'll just let the ministry come. And just last night, Mr. Speaker, late last night, I decided, well, I have a confirmed time. So I just tell them, and they are here supporting the representative. You know, over the years before the COVID pandemic, I normally came here with 3 buses, but I only came with 1 this time. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the staff within the Ministry of Health, my first love, the Ministry of Social Development, and the staff there, who have supported me through thick and thin, Mr. Speaker. We never talk politics. I don't know the political status, but what I do know, when election time comes around, the team, I don't care who they support, but the team will go into deep fast and prayer, asking for my return in the ministry. And so I want to thank you. I thank you for your love. I thank you for your dedication towards your work. And I am committed to continue to lead you, continue to work with you. I am humbled by your love for service to humanity. Mr. Speaker, you can ask the people of St. Andrews Northwest, and you can ask the people of this nation, for they know too well that performance beat all talk every time. And so, Mr. Speaker, I commend this budgetary package, and I'm confident that it will have the full support of every member of this House. Our nation has already indicated its full support. We have heard the support for when they heard of the packages across. If you walk to the constituency and you get a lot of calls, they are saying that we support what the government is doing. And they're not surprised because this is a government that cares. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Representative, for St. Andrew Northwest. Let me just say before you come in that the Prime Minister had to leave on a very urgent matter, so he would not be back. He would not be back this afternoon, but he'll be back early tomorrow morning. He's out on a regional issue, you know, supporting our sister nations out there, but he would be back to tomorrow morning. Honourable Representative for St. John.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I rise to give my full support.
Maybe you just give a few minutes, just 1 sec, so that the noise could be lessened. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I rise to give my full support to the revenue and expenditure or the budget as laid out by the member for St. George Southeast. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I will speak on my constituency first, because I also have to speak on the Ministry of Infrastructure. And if I run out of time, you have competent PSs both in the Ministry of Trade and Works that could spread the government news. But I am the one that have to do for my constituency. So, Mr. Speaker, 2020, 2021, that was a difficult year. It was like operating in a state of war with an enemy that you cannot see, and every time you plan an offense or a defense, that enemy, which is the virus, changes and changes its offense and attack you in another way. So it has been a very troubled year. But there's a saying that goes, when the going get tough, the tough gets good. And that's what you have here. We have a tough group of people that form the government, and we also have a very competent captain that has sailed this ship through some very turbulent waters. But despite all this, Mr. Speaker, we made some tremendous progress, and I would list a few of them, what we have done in our constituency. So first of all, and I will call the names of people that live in close, because you know that they have some people that are blind, because they're always saying, you're not doing nothing. So I'll call the names of the places or the people, so if they're blind, when they go, they'll feel, so they would know. So, yes. So we did some box culverts in Dr. Bell, close to Dennis Castillo. We also had, we had some complaints in the magistrate court. There was no windows in there and no AC going in there. Used to be very difficult for the people that go in there. So we had facilitated in putting some air conditioning units, but that's not to say that we want people to go there. We want them to behave. But sometimes, you know, you might behave, but somebody else misbehave, and then you have to go there. So, right, they bring you up. So we make it comfortable for everybody. We also have a situation too where throughout the constituency, where sometimes, you know, you're leaving home in one shoe, and you have to change it when you leave your gap and put on another shoe because of the mud and the little track. So we have went, you know, with a project, multiple projects, to give a little 3 or 4 foot walkway to those little villages where it could be accommodated. And so we did one of those in Central, Upper Central by Miss Edwards. We did that in Central Depredin, close to the Nutmeg Pool, for all the people that live in the back there. You know, a few years ago, they were talking about an amputee, which we didn't help, but we did help him. But anyways, we did another walkway close to that amputee by the sawmills in Stony Gut. We did pavements and step by the Hubble Bridge area, close to Miss Maureen Church. We also, the people on the western side have to traverse now all the way through Mount Morris. So we did the Marbury Road, so at least it makes it easier for you. So you don't have to go through Nong Nesbit anymore. And the Langton Road, we try to at least widen all the roads in Guave to make two-way traffic. Because now a lot of people, you know, the economy is so good under this government, everybody buying vehicle. So, you know, we need better roads, so we need to widen them. But the problem that we have is that a lot of people build so close, it's difficult. So I'm hoping that physical planning in the future would step up to the plate so we wouldn't have these kind of problems going down the road. We also did a pavement and box culvert in the Gronroy, in the back road by Ms. Thomas. We did pavement and footpath again on the north side of the river, over by Ms. Judy Braffett. The Blair Farm Road pavement in Mount Plaisy, close to Dadu of Ms. Holder. We did a footpath in Gronroy, close to the Child Development Center. Yes. And we did a slipper drain at La Poterie. And that's, you know, as you leave Gronroy going to Guave, you notice on the left-hand side, we making a nice park there with flowers, and we created a nice environment for the people, and they have 2 more gazebos to build there. So that's ongoing. And I'm telling you this, Mr. Speaker, so that, you know, there are a lot of blind people out there, as I say, so at least they're not deaf, they would hear. Or they would hear. And we did a storm drain and a box drain in Gronroy, close to Lincoln Mitchell. We also did a box drain and footpath and a stair in Mount Plaisy, close to Judy James. The excavation and the grading of Montserrat Road in Mount Plaisy. Yeah, this guy always used to be calling the radio, so I hope he should be satisfied now. And we also help with material and assistance to the Ursula Baptist Child Daycare Center in Gronroy. We did some pavement and slipper drain upper Marigot by Stephen Charles, and more footpaths again at Middle Marigot, close to Tasha Edwards. Continuing with the progress, Mr. Speaker, we did pavement and step at Upper Brooklyn, close to the Sandys, and concrete footpath at Odon, that's in Concord, where the huge stone came down, or close to Miss Brenda Durant. We did one on a footpath on a wall in Back Street, close to Miss Beverly Alexis, at the pavement, and more drains in Brooklyn by Miss Joan Henry. And you see, this is all part of a big picture, Mr. Speaker, is because when you have, in these days, you get a lot of extreme rainfall. So we're trying as much to develop St. John's by doing as much slipper drains and blocks drains and everything, so that we make life for the constituents a lot easier. We did another one in Lower Brooklyn by Anthony Phillip, the excavation and the grading of the road at Power Park, up to where Linda Straker lives. You know Linda Straker, she's always complaining that she has problems walking. Yeah, anytime we go to a forum, she always point me out. So we have a fixer by Linda Straker. We did some metal rails in Marcel and Black Bay by Miss Mippet. Slipper drain in Black Bay, right close to the Anglican Church. Box drain and culvert at Power Park, going up to the cemetery. Then we also continue doing our pavement and concrete drains by Sierra's Gap. That's by Paul Douglas in Florida. We did a catch basin, built some steps and another walkway in Cocotown, that's close to Miranda Mitchell. Concrete access pavement to the Pan House in Florida. The steel van, they used to be having to drive over the playing field to pick up and unload the steel pan. So we had put about a nice 8-foot road to go to facilitate them. Also one by Mr. Roderick. And we did a nice slipper drain opposite the community center in Florida, go right down to the toilet, and we also refurbished the toilet there. We did one in Barbay. The member from St. Mark's is familiar with Barbay. That's where our dad is from, Barbay. So we fixed up that area, my sister. And we also did one leading to the public restroom in Florida. And 40 feet of pavement was constructed around the Galba Row area in Florida. Yeah, about $1 million was spent on the road from Waterloo to Rosemount. That's on the way to Cloget, because the Waterloo Bridge would be commenced very soon. So we did that, and we were able to do it in two-way traffic. So that would also make it very easy for people coming across from St. Andrews to St. John. So that when we open Fish Friday, we expect to see you all come in. We did another footpath in Brothers, close to Miss Don Duncan. We assist with retaining walls in Douglaston, close to Miss Bain, a footpath and box culvert in Douglaston by Towie, and we did one in Taylor Road by Mongrambi. Also, we didn't neglect Cloget. We did slipper drains there in Paradise and Cloget, and we also did some in Belvedere and some road widening in Jabet. Now, Mr. Speaker, in addition to all these infrastructure work, we still did a lot of humanitarian work. Our office never closed during the lockdown or the COVID period. We always remain open. And I want to thank all the staff that came there. At least one staff was there every day so that we could, whatever problems people had or needs, they always know that they could count on the parliamentary office in St. John's. We're always open for you. We did there were some major repairs that was done in all the schools in St. John's. Had some repairs done, bring them up to speed for this year. Well, hopefully, we're hoping that schools would be open in January, because we need them to be opened. We also had, there was the Loretos. In Loreto, the Florida government school there had some structural problems. But Mr. Speaker, the people in Florida clamoring for the school. They say it's Florida government, not Loreto. So the member for St. Andrew Southeast, please remember that there, so that the school there would serve Florida Closure Belvedere. In progress, Mr. Speaker, we're doing the Barbados Bridge. That's right by the fish market in Guelph. Want to put some sidewalks on the side of the bridge, widen it a little bit. And the intention is to have a sidewalk right through. So once you get by Mayor in Guelph, right to the health center, you could walk or push a wheelchair right to the health center. So we're gonna have some problems with people that build too close, but we're asking for the cooperation because we need to have we don't want people and traffic competing for that narrow road. We intend also to do some bleachers that's ongoing at the Cuthbert Peters Park, because although we have some nice facility there, a pavilion, where the basketball court is, you cannot see from the pavilion. So we want to do some bleachers there. We are presently doing we had a broken bridge in Douglaston, so we are presently repairing that there for them. And Mr. Speaker, so what was not done this year, it would be done next year. So we would like things that we would like to see next year. We have about 2 more playing fields to light, which is Montgomery and Florida, so we're not forgetting you all. And we have a court to light up in Loreto. We also want to do a court in Power Park. So the member from the town of St. George, you have to help us. You have a squatter problem up there. Eh? You need to put a court. The Minister of Agriculture. We want to do some lockers. The people here are coming out and do that with self-help in Old Road, and they have already started that. So we would continue helping them. And we want to do we'll be starting soon the Concord Preschool to help them refurbish it, and also the toilets in Concord. So, Mr. Speaker, again, for the people that always say you're doing nothing, what's going to happen now is, the same one that say you're not doing nothing, when there is an election coming, they'll see, and they say, look at what you're doing for election. All of a sudden, they get their eyesight. So, but what they don't know is that every year is an election year in St. John's. And we're hoping that if the people continue to do the vaccine, and my dear sister from St. Mark's, member from St. Mark's, she has been helping us go all over in St. John to do vaccination clinics. And she is not that she stay in the back, she's right there with her PPE and giving the injections. So we're very grateful to have such a good neighbor by us, and we have to continue because we want to get back. We want to have Fisherman's Boat the next year and start back Fish Friday and everything. So I'm pleading to the people in St. John's, all the garbage you're hearing about vaccination is 666 and what's gonna kill you, whatever, that's all trash. Just protect yourself, protect your family, take the vaccine. Right now it's free. We don't know if you're gonna be free all the time, so take it now. Also from the budget, Mr. Speaker, I was very happy that we have, that there was $10 million for feeder roads and that they'll be using local contractors. So we plan to get our fair share because in addition to fishing, St. John's is rich in agriculture. And we know that some of the roads were, because of all the heavy rainfalls, have been deteriorated. So we're hoping to start back. We're also very happy to hear that fertilizers would be subsidized by 10 for the first 10 bags. That's good news to our farmers. We appreciate that. And the increase in the health services by 97 million. Then we have the facility for the western side, the new health center there. We're looking to get a nice little trunk out of that so we could have our 24-hour medical service. So when we sick up there, we'd have to come and disturb Brother Pete and take your place. We want ours on our side. The increase in GDB loans, the funds there, again, we're very happy to hear of that increase in the budget because we know that the Fisher folks, little agro processors and entrepreneurs will be able now to assist that because, Mr. Speaker, you know, they have some loan sharks here that are charging you 13 and 15% interest, those are organizations. Yeah, that's what they're charging you now. So it's difficult for people to go and get loans and start business. So these facilities would make it possible through the GDB that people without not a lot of collateral could at least have the opportunity to start. And also the renovation of the fish market in Gulf, that is good news to us. The Imani transition to full employment, another area in the budget that I support. The 150 per household increase. Well, as I say, I would like to see a society where you don't need any public assistance, but we haven't reached there yet, so I'm happy for the 150. I'm happy for the books and uniform increase, and also for the housing program increase, because we do have a housing problem in St. John's, because we one of the places that never had a housing scheme, so we're grateful for any additional support that we get. Another area from the budget is the $1.89 million for the fisheries insurance, and that is from the climate risk insurance for fisheries, because we depend heavily on fishing in St. John, so if there is any disaster, at least that insurance would make us get up and running very quickly. So, Mr. Speaker, well, this is it for the constituency. In case I run out of time, if I have more time, I'll come back. But I will now report on the Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Consumer Affairs. Mr. Speaker, Grenada recorded a positive growth in total export for the period January to June in 2021. So that's very good news. The total exports for the period of January to June was EC 39.6 million, almost 40 million EC dollars, which is an increase of 52.2% over the same period last year. And we're doing very good because we're at 40, because pre-COVID, we are at 47. So we're almost there, but we don't want to stay there. Hopefully next budget, if I'm here, we're supposed to be talking about 50 million plus, especially now that the Ministry of Agriculture is working so that, because when the U.S. Went to the WTO, etc., and they couldn't do bananas. The U.S. had given about 6 lists of items that producing Grenada fruits that would enter the U.S. without any problems. So we're just waiting on the produce chemist lab to do the certification so that the farmers could start. Because right now we only use soursop, but there's mangoes and quite a few others that we could go. So hopefully our export, Mr. Speaker, is supposed to increase significantly. So, Speaker, the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Consumer Affairs is focused on implementing the micro, small, and medium enterprise policy, and that is referred to as the MSME. And that policy was approved by Cabinet in July 2020, and the Ministry envisions a vibrant MSME sector starting in 2022. And we will do so by promoting the growth and development of the sector. In collaboration, we'll do so with the Grenada Investment Development Corporation, Grenada Development Bank, the Ministry of Finance, the Grenada Chamber of Industry and Commerce, and other stakeholders. The Ministry of Trade, together with its partners, has focused on entrepreneurship and skill development programs for the MSMEs, so that's getting people ready. And we're putting in place the legislative and incentive framework for its operation. Work is also ongoing to ensure that the MSMEs operating in the informal sector are brought into the formal sector. Because you have a lot of little business now all over, you see them on the side or whatever, little huts. So we want to get all these people into a more organized fashion. Because when the first stimulus package came up, because I was minister responsible for fisheries at the time, but there is no way you could quantify to know that X fisherman did this or Y fisherwoman, what they sold, because there was no data. And even the agricultural workers that sell in the little booths, there was no data as to what they sell, how much income. So it was difficult to see how you could adequately help them with the stimulus. So by going now into this formal setting, we'd have a better idea of who do what. And also, there are plans that there will be a database, and we're doing that together with the other CARICOM countries, so that whatever products that certain people have, they could put it on that database. So if you're in Barbados or St. Kitts and you want tomatoes or mint or lettuce, whatever, they know that you have that will be available. So this is also being worked on, Mr. Speaker. So in 2022, work will continue in training of MSMEs to enhance the management capacity in the area of financial management. Another very important area, because we have a lot of fishermen and other folks that make good money, but they just don't know how to manage it. They don't know how to budget and plan, so we want to put some emphasis on that to help these small business people manage their money properly. Work will also be undertaken to facilitate an entrepreneurial culture throughout Grenada communities, focusing on existing businesses and also prospective business owners. So, Speaker, the COVID-19 crisis is accelerating the adoption of e-commerce, because we realize that because of the restricted movement in people and trade and other things like that, people had to rely more on using the internet and other sources of electronic means. And I know my good friend from St. George's Northeast with his agriculture in Mardi Gras he would also be benefiting from this, and he's listening very carefully because he also depends on the internet for his educational, both for his agricultural and educational work. So we would, this would require further the digital adaptation by the small and medium businesses, enterprises. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, assistance will be provided to encourage and support the establishment of the necessary e-commerce platforms to support these small and medium businesses in terms of online payments and marketing. Under the 11th European Development Fund, which is called the EDF, and in conjunction with CARIFORUM, which is so you have the CARIFORUM EU partnership, and that agreement is called the EPA, Economic Partnership Agreement, and that's a standby facility for capacity building, and there is a 236,000 euros was secured by the Grenada Bureau of Standards and the Marketing and National Importing Board to approve access to export markets for our local producers. And they're doing that through the strengthening of the National Food Safety Program and the development of Grenada's agri-food sector. The ministry will continue to aggressively pursue market access opportunities for the export of goods and services in 2022. To this end, Mr. Speaker, the ministry has collaborated with the International Business Unit in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, International Business, and CARICOM Affairs to participate in the 2020 Dubai Expo, which runs from October 2021 to March 2022. So Grenada, we presently have 15 producers there, 13 from the mainland and 2 from Carriacou, and they're exhibiting the locally produced products right there in Dubai presently. And in checking with them, this is, they're doing very well. The products are selling, and people are very happy to come in and sample some of Grenada products, and the interest is very good. So we're hoping, Mr. Speaker, that come next year, we should have the new markets for our products. And work will continue, Mr. Speaker, in 2022 with the manufacturers and small agro-processors to improve the quality, labeling, and packaging of the products. Another very important part of doing business, Mr. Speaker, because, you know, sometimes just how you package a product would catch your eye and you want to buy it, or if it's not nicely packaged, you wouldn't even give it a second look. So we just want people to know how important it is so at first sight, your product would get the attention of the potential users. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the ministry will continue to lend support to the Grenada Bureau of Standards to strengthen its facilities to enhance exports through conformity assessment services for ensuring compliance to food safety regulations and facilitating market access. This will be realized through grant funding from the CARICOM Development Fund and the Government of Grenada, and that's totaling $1.75 million. Under this project, Mr. Speaker, which is 25% complete right now, the Bureau has completed the renovation of its existing microbiology and analytical laboratory facilities, and they anticipate that construction of a new laboratory to be funded under this same project will commence at the end of 2022. Mr. Speaker, the trade facilitation reform continues to be a major focus for this ministry. In this regard, the ministry will collaborate with Global Alliance to improve trade logistics in Grenada. The project will focus on achieving tangible results, reduction in the time required to import or export your goods or services, documentary and procedural simplification, and generally improving the trade clearance process. So it makes it easy for you to go through, get things in and out of customs and lessen all the paperwork required. So these reforms, Mr. Speaker, they would also improve the doing business report trading across borders indicator for Grenada. The Ministry of Trade, Industry and Consumer Affairs is at present involved in simultaneous negotiations at the World Trade Organizations under the Doha Development Agenda at the OECS and CARICOM levels, and other bilaterals with other members, which include the Dominican Republic, Cuba, Colombia, and Costa Rica. And the ministry is also involved in the implementation of the Economic Partnership Agreement between CARIFORUM and the European Union, signed in 2008. And recently, in 2019, we did one with the UK, because since the UK came out of Brexit, we now had to do a new one to trade with UK. So we now can't use the EU agreement anymore. So, Mr. Speaker, in 2022, Grenada will continue to actively participate in the investment facilitation for development negotiations, which Grenada signed with the WTO in 2019, and the WTO negotiations on fisheries subsidies. Because you have big countries that subsidize the fishermen greatly. And that has made it very difficult for us in the small islands to get our products sold there, because they could sell their fish cheaper. So we are in the OECS, have challenged the WTO to have these countries reduce the subsidies, because they've been doing that for quite a few years, so that our products here, our fisheries product, would be more competitive in the world market. Another area that we have here, which is a really sore point to us, Mr. Speaker, is the cost of the feed, because we have that, we're getting complaints of that both through trade and consumer affairs, because it's very difficult here to develop our poultry industry. A poultry agreement was signed in 1977. George Houston was the finance minister at the time, and Huggins was the owner of Caribbean Agro. And that was, at that time, it was a local company, and the benefits for the concessions they got, which is better than what Grenada got, was that they would help to develop a livestock industry in Grenada, both hog and poultry. That has never happened. The company is now ADM, one of the world's biggest conglomerate, and they're getting the benefits of the LDCs. The LDCs is the lesser development countries in CARICOM that receive special benefits. So there it is where a foreign company is also, that's a multi-billion-dollar company, is also benefiting, right, from these concessions given to LDCs, and they're not even owned by anybody in the OECS. And they continue to keep the price of feed because they watch what it would cost you to import it, right, to see what, and then they sell it at that. But that's not the idea. With all the concessions they receive, was that the feed's supposed to be sold cheap here, right? But it's opposite. And they're selling to other countries in the OECS about half price what they're selling to us in Grenada. So, Mr. Speaker, this can't continue. The cabinet has created a subcommittee, which I'm chairing, and they're doing a lot of stalling tactics. When you write them, they're taking 2 months to respond to you. But we will be getting serious with that because we need to develop our hog and the poultry industry in Grenada. It's just too expensive for local farmers to buy feed. So on the consumer affairs, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, in recognition of the need for greater promotion and protection of consumers' interests in matters related to the supply of goods and the provision of services, the government initiated the development of the Consumer Protection Legislation Act, number 2 of 2018, which was enacted effective July 1st, 2021. And so this, what we concentrating now is that we want to be able to have the consumer division up and running. We are getting a lot of complaints, so we want to have it official. Even things, a lot of people complain about liquor license because what is happening is that the liquor license law is so outdated and you want to have a little function, and most of the time you don't qualify, so you're going to sell your drink anyways. Government not getting any revenue, and it also puts them in an awkward position because if, to say, one member of the police force don't like them, they could shut them down because they don't have the right. So these are an area that we get a lot of complaints and other part of the utility. So this year, we have so we want to concentrate and so that the benefits which consumers will enjoy through the application of the provisions of the Act. The Ministry is actively pursuing measures towards its full implementation beginning in January 2022. So critical to the success of this process is the full establishment of the Consumer Affairs Office and breathing life into the Consumer Affairs Tribunal, which has already been appointed. So, Speaker, some of the activities that are being undertaken to advance preparations for the establishment of the Consumer Affairs Office, they include arrangements for staffing, office accommodation, and capacity development for staff through interventions organized by the OECS Commission. Upcoming development programs include a virtual training in competition law and international trade policy, and this is scheduled for this December, and training for consumer affairs official on a new era of consumer protection 2019 and beyond, and this one will be held in January 2022. So the OECS Commission will also provide technical support for the development of a public advocacy program. So, Mr. Chair, we now go into the ministry. It's a huge ministry of work, so I had to curtail some of my other things to accommodate them. So I'm hoping that if I go over, you would understand. But right now, I'll start in the north. We'll start at the Sotez Breakwater Project. And that entails a coastal study and protection designed for the shoreline of the Sotez Bay, because we all see that Sotez, we were losing Sotez. So this project would do Sotez and us go down to by Rodney Bay, which we see because of the rise in water levels, we see it's deteriorating right before our very eyes, Mr. Speaker. So engineering services have been procured to undertake the coastal protection design to restore the affected shoreline. A series of 5 breakwater combined with a revetment in the most damaged areas of the shoreline will be constructed. The implementation of this project will prevent the further deterioration of the shoreline and allow the regeneration of the beach, which has been degrading since 2019. The construction phase for this project is expected to commence in the 4th quarter of 2022, after the detailed designs have been completed. The implementation of this project will create employment opportunities for approximately 150 persons over an 18-month construction time frame. The Grenada Agriculture Feeder Roads Phase 3, this commenced in 2020 at a cost of $60.4 million EC dollars, with a total of 11 roads earmarked for construction. To date, the St. George's Estate Road, Bel Air Road, and the Redmond in St. Mark's have been completed. Construction works are currently ongoing at Laborie, St. George's, Clabony Road, and the Clabony Road is the road where you could go to the Sulphur Springs, and also the road leading up to the Montpio Water Facility, the Munich Bridge, St. Andrews and Bailey's Bacolet and La Pastora Road in St. David's. And this project, Mr. Speaker, continues to align with the ministry's strategic objective, which is to strengthen the island's road network by rehabilitating existing roads and bridges and bolster resilient infrastructure for the agriculture sector and local communities. To date, in excess of 100 persons have been employed at the various project sites. And Mr. Speaker, I know that before we used to be getting water here, but I noticed they have it's a special thing. I don't know if I could get a little assistance with that. Yes, we lost. I don't know if the Minister of Finance reduced the budget for Parliament, what it is, but yeah, need a. So, Speaker, the St. Patrick Road Network Upgrade Project, and that entails the construction of 6.2 kilometers of asphalt pavement and the reconstruction of 5 bridges from Duquesne to Sotez, and the construction of 3.5 kilometers of pavement, thank you, from Pointsfield to Monfendo, with 4 bridges being reconstructed. The project is 95% completed and is expected to conclude in January 2022 at a cost of $30 million, with asphalt paving as the only substantial activity outstanding to be completed. This project has created employment opportunities for over 500 persons in the neighboring communities and has further strengthened the island's stock of resilient infrastructure. I think St. Mark's got a few of that. I hear my colleagues saying, The feasibility study for the town of Grenville and St. George's. This study, Mr. Speaker, was commissioned by the ministry to explore feasible options to alleviate flooding in the towns of Grenville and St. George's. An engineering consulting firm has been procured for this activity and is expected to take 1 year for the provisions of feasible solutions to address the flooding and drainage concerns that have plagued both towns for many years. And this project is consistent with the government's priorities to continue to foster resilience and to encourage economic activity by minimizing hindrances to both citizens and the business community. Moving on to St. George's, we have the River Road Flood Mitigation Project, and that one is geared towards alleviating the River Road and Queen's Park area. This project has commenced at a cost of 23.9 million EC dollars. Phase 1 of the works, which commenced in August 2020, entails the construction of flood mitigation works along the river banks from Steele's Bridge to the mouth of the river, and then phase 2 entails the replacement of the humpback bridge going over to the stadium, along with the Steele's Bridge, which is scheduled to commence in 2022. In excess of 100 persons will be employed throughout this project, and the duration is expected to be 18 months. The Grenada Western Main Road Corridor Project, Mr. Speaker, this one is very, very important to a lot of us in here. And this one is funded by grant funding from the United Kingdom Caribbean Infrastructure Program and the government of Grenada. This project has 2 phases, which entails the preparation of the feasibility study and the details design under phase 1. And phase 1 is anticipated to take 8 months. Then under the project, 27 kilometers of road will be refurbished from the stadium in St. George to St. Mark's Secondary School. Deteriorated and narrow bridges will be demolished and reconstructed. Drains and culverts will be reconstructed, and slopes will be stabilized. This project will employ in excess of 600 persons over its 24-month duration. And as the member from St. Mark's said, and even recently in St. John, the contractors have held, St. Mark's was virtual, in St. John's it was at the Anglican School, discussions with the people so that they could come in and put their input. And it was a very good meeting because a lot of things that sometimes the engineers miss, the common people just pick it up and bring it to their attention. So the Molinier Landslip Reconstruction Project. So Speaker, due to the critical nature and urgency of this project, the Molinier Landslip Rehabilitation Project, it has been removed from the Western Main Road Corridor Project and will be implemented by local resources of the government of Grenada. The detailed designs have commenced and pre-qualifications is ongoing. Construction is anticipated to commence in the first quarter of 2022 with 300 employment opportunities to be generated. The reinstatement of this road is critical to economic recovery effort in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic. And this road is a major artery that connects 4 of the 6 parishes, and its deterioration has adversely impacted the lives and business of many Grenadians, and I could attest to that. It has also increased the construction costs because, you know, if you have to, the cement now, to come there, you have to go all the way around, the trucks charging more to go through Willis with your gravel and sand. So, and it has impeded the implementation of quite a lot of projects on the western side. So this is something that we want to see happen as of yesterday. Mr. Speaker, concrete works. This is a fundamental component of the ministry's portfolio, is the implementation of small-scale projects with tremendous impact on communities. For the period of 2021, a total of 25.7 million has been invested in concrete pavements, retaining walls, drains, and culverts to protect the integrity of the road infrastructure, utilities, and private properties. Approximately 2,000 employment opportunities have been continuously generated by this portfolio. Asphalt works. Asphalt works were done at various sections of road networks throughout the island at a cost of $12 million. In order to improve efficiency, the government of Grenada has entered into a private sector partnership to revive the Telescope Quarry to supply hot mix asphalt and aggregates. This investment, Mr. Speaker, is geared towards creating immense employment opportunities to the residents of Telescope and the wider St. Andrews area. It will also improve the quality and reliability of rehabilitation works conducted on the existing asphalt pavements around the island. Because presently, Mr. Speaker, you have only one at Perseverance, and this is for the development that's happening in Grenada. One is not enough. So this is welcome news to have both plants operating. The Natural Disaster Rehabilitation and Reconstruction Project, and this one is funded by the Caribbean Development Bank at a cost of $5 million. Under this project, the Brothers Bridge is earmarked for construction at a cost of $2.9 million and will commence in October. As a matter of fact, they have already started doing the soil test there. The following slope stabilization projects will be implemented in the first quarter of 2022, namely that's Monk Millet, Market Square, Brothers, Moran, Grosse Pointe, and Cloget. In order to ensure the smooth implementation of this project, the bypass road of Guave through Rosemont was rehabilitated at a cost of $1 million. Mount Kuma Road. This road is located in Snow Corner, St. George, and will connect the St. George Northeast and Northwest. This road will provide an alternative and shorter route to the users of the Western Main Corridor Road while the Molyneux Road is being repaired. And it would also provide an alternative to the Moncloris Road, given that the Western Main Road Corridor, specifically the Molyneux section, has been significantly damaged. And that will be at a cost of $11.2 million, for which works scheduled to commence on October 2021 for a period of 6 months, concluding in April of 2022. And approximately 200 employment opportunities will be generated. Upgrading the traffic light system, replacing the Grenada traffic lighting system is an integral part of reducing traffic congestion and accidents on the island. Through the implementation of this project, the entire lighting system will be replaced and modernized using cutting-edge technology to ensure maximization of the full capacity of the roadway. This, in turn, Mr. Speaker, will relieve the issues faced and create a pleasant experience for all users. A contract has been awarded at a cost of $13 million, and the full replacement of the system is anticipated by the second quarter of 2022. We now move to the MBIA expansion. And the MBIA expansion is part of the government's plan to transform economic activities for the country and therefore supports with the correct infrastructure. To date, the following have been undertaken: the bypass road, which is 1.3 kilometers of asphalt pavement, the EOC building, you have the terminal entrance, passenger boarding bridges, remodeling of the arrival area, installation of elevators, the airfield lighting, and the list goes on, Mr. Chair. I'm going to skip because I know the time is going, but we get the picture. Going to be, because the member for the St. Mark's touched on that a little bit, so we know all that's happening there. And I'm going to move to one of my favorite, which is the Gov Medical Station. And this will be servicing the St. John, St. Mark's, and St. Patrick community. And the construction of this facility at a cost of approximately $10 million reaffirms the government's continued commitment to improving the healthcare service. This facility is even more critical now, more than ever, given the changing in tide of the COVID-19 pandemic. The facility will be commissioned in January 2022 for official use by the public. I'm looking forward to that. A total of 200 persons were employed during this implementation. This other one, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition was clapping a while ago. You're going to jump for joy now. Perseverance Landfill Rehabilitation. This project was undertaken to construct new cells at the Perseverance area. The work also includes a new semi-aerobic landfill area, a leachate treatment area, and it also includes an access road to the new cells. And this project will conclude with the closure of the old dump. The contract sum is EC $10.1 million, and the revised date for completion is January 2022. The St. George's Hospital Phase 2, improving and strengthening healthcare facilities, are of paramount importance to this government. And the second phase of the General Hospital works are in progress to complete the nephrology and dialysis center by December 2021. And the total cost of this project is US $23 million. Road improvement and maintenance program. The ministry has reintroduced the environmental warden crews, which will provide continuous road maintenance to include drainage, cuttings of overhangings, culvert cleaning, and maintenance of the compound of government, public facilities, public spaces such as cemeteries, community centers, and beaches. And that again also I'll testify, Mr. Speaker, they're doing an excellent job. The construction, refurbishment, and extension of government buildings. During the year, several buildings were refurbished and to provide a more conducive working environment for the staff of the respective ministries and departments. The ministry also conducted repairs to the tune of $10 million on 91 schools to ensure that children and teachers had an improved learning environment when school reopens. The China Aid Low-Income Housing Project, Phase 2, Dumfries, De Villa, Diamond, Beauséjour, and Corinth. The infrastructural component is completed in all 5 sites. Dumfries, De Villa, Corinth sites, the water meter connections are completed and tested by NAWASA, and right now they're presently doing the connection at Beauséjour. Water meter connection for Diamond is 98% completed. Electrical inspections and installations are pending for Dumfries and Carriacou due to the problems that were with inter-island travel. Inspections, application forms received for Corinth and Beauséjour with an expected completion date of December 2021. The St. George's Market Square, one of Grenada's major historical sites and a place of commerce since time immemorial. COVID-19 presented a tremendous opportunity for the upgrade of the market, given the importance of health and safety and the need to ensure that certain protocols of the COVID-19 committee are adhered to. Serious considerations were given to improving the market. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I have a little...
You have 15 minutes more.
Okay, thank you. I will make it in that. The project of the market entails the construction of an open conceptual metal structure for vendors, construction of concrete booths, the constructions of reservoir and installation of water fountains, and design and constructions of a food court area. In addition, new washroom facilities. So achievements to date on the market, the vegetable shed is 100% completed, and 60 vending tables constructions are also completed. The achievements for 2021, total monies expended for concrete works amounted to 26 million. No, this is a different one. Okay, they just they see that they were given 610 contracts, and that created employment for an average of 500 persons. They did 230 concrete pavements and associated drainage completed, 50 culverts rehabilitated, and 90 retaining walls. Renovation and refurbishment under the ministry's renovation and refurbishment program. In addition to the schools, they also did 40 government buildings were retrofitted and reimbursed at an estimated cost of $7.2 million. Special projects, and these are projects that are managed locally. And these special projects were designed to provide employment both for community residents and small contractors, to enhance infrastructure with the communities for a better standard of living through easier access for the network of roads, alleviating on the drainage problems which are likely to prevent flooding during rainy season. A total of 308 special projects were initiated at a cost of $3.46 million, providing a source of income for approximately 300 households. The bushing program, it had to be at the end of August, and therefore completed its third fortnight at a total cost of $7.4 million and employing an average of 2,858 persons per fortnight. The general road maintenance to mitigate and employ preventative measures before and after rainy season, the ministry expanded a total of $15 million, which translated in the employment of an average of 3,000 persons in the provision of truckage for disposing debris, slide evacuation, removal of garbage, debris, stones, rental of equipment, and cutting and disposal of trees, clearing of landsides, breaking of boulders, etc. Mr. Speaker, the ministry has also implemented a digital data baseline, so which all contractors would have access to facilitate in the sharing of information. So in this way, the data will be readily available and accessible. The training of officers in procurement. The Ministry of Infrastructure has articulated that procurement management is a key element to its reform program and has taken a policy decision that public procurement for workers and services be conducted in a manner that is fair and transparent and affords an equal opportunity for all contractors to compete. In this regard, a training session was facilitated with partners from the UK through interactive sessions to build capacity among officers within the different government ministries. One of the major benefits of this training is the establishment of guidelines for the procurement process to ensure that procurement is carried out in a transparent and competitive manner that does not discriminate against services of other parties when procuring works and services under government projects. The continuous installation of GBN baskets and guardrails, the Ministry of Infrastructure has embarked on providing safety networks on the nation roads through the installation of guardrails and the construction of GBN baskets. The main benefits derived are to improve drainage, ease of handling transportation, reducing the number of road fatalities and crashes, and most importantly, saving lives and livelihoods. Electrical inspections. The unit covers inspections throughout the island of Grenada, also Carriacou and Petit Martinique. The data presented shows that due to coronavirus, the pandemic, the number of applications submitted has dropped significantly. However, despite the reductions in applications, they are seeing some improvements starting back. Transport. A high priority of the ministry is the development of a resilient, high-quality, socially inclusive and affordable public transportation system which is attractive to all users. To this end, government has commissioned two critical technical studies. One, development of sustainable public transportation systems project with funding from the French government and the Caribbean Development Bank. The principal objective is to reform the sector to enable the provision of a sustainable road-based public transportation system that is safe, reliable, affordable, environmentally friendly, comfortable, and accessible, and is operated to serve the widest section of the community as possible, including vulnerable persons. The study will review public transportation system, the regulatory framework, institutional arrangements, and public transport infrastructure. A key component of the study is to conduct a market assessment which will analyze and supply and the demanded needs for public transportation across the geographical landscape of Grenada. Now, the second one is a project focusing on the social responsiveness of the public transportation system under the UNDP Engender Program of Support, and commenced in the fourth quarter of this year and will conclude in 2022. This study will focus on the social needs of commuters and will examine safety, accessibility to transport across the rural, urban areas, and non-traditional operating hours, which would help all the workers who work in the hotel that live in the countryside who cannot get transport late at night. The support and achievement of sustainable development goals, good health, well-being, clean energy, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. And this project will support the technical assistance, institutional strengthening, and capacity enhanced under a three-pronged strategic agenda. So Speaker, almost on my time going address. Oh, I've got five, okay, thank you, okay. So the project will establish an institutional framework for adopting a strategy for the promotion of low-carbon electric mobility, developing measures to ensure the long-term environmental sustainability of low-carbon electric mobility, facilitating the transformation of a low-emission transport sector, present opportunities for generating socio-economic benefits or services for women. Bus shelter and bus stops as part of the ministry's program for improved public transport facilities in terms of better bus stops, shelters, and multimodal hubs for connectivity. The Ministry of Transport commissioned a new design for bus sheds, which has been completed and reviewed by stakeholders. A bus shelter policy and also a bus shelter agreement are in the drafting stage. An assessment of existing bus stops and shelters to be conducted as part of the wider transportation studies. So, Mr. Speaker, at this time, I want to at least take the opportunity to thank all the people that work with me, both in the constituency and the ministry. When I came into this house, I told myself I'm coming for 2 terms. I'm not sure what would happen, but if the people in St. John's want me to represent them again, I will give it a serious thought. So, Mr.
I
don't know if you want to come and run. I think he wants to come and run in St. John. You'll get beat. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all the workers, because you can't do it yourself. And sometimes as a politician, you have people working with you, but sometimes certain things that they do, although you're not aware of it, you get blamed. And you have a lot of that, but mostly we have, I must say, I have a good staff with me, and I'm very happy, a good team. I'm happy to have them in the ministry. It's a growing ministry. I see PS is here. There's Jacinta Joseph, right, and the other staff, and I want to thank them all. My secretary lost her father a few days ago, so we give our families our condolences, and I want to say thank you to everyone and to the members of Parliament, you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for a job well done, and to all my colleagues who say it's great working with you, my extended family, and I was supposed to go away today, but I thank you all, and just in case we don't have another opportunity, I wish everybody a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Representative for St. John. Honourable Representative for St. David.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give my support to the 2022 estimates of revenue and expenditure so eloquently presented by the Minister of Finance. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, this was the best budget presentation ever heard in my 8 years in this Parliament. And not only in the style of the presentation, Mr. Speaker, but what was contained within the budget, the quality of the budget, the contents, and the way it was delivered could not escape the smallest man on the street. And over the weekend, Mr. Speaker, all were passed all over St. David's. He said the presentation was good, but the budget is a Christmas budget. Well, I like Christmas budget. Like a Christmas budget, the Christmas time is the best time for me. That's because I always get gifts. So I love what he says, a Christmas budget. That's a very good description. So, Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to be given the responsibility for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, International Business and CARICOM Affairs, and therefore I wish to start out by highlighting the achievements of this ministry. As we all are aware, Mr. Speaker, this was a very difficult time for Grenada, a pandemic. And the pandemic, it's a pandemic because it affects all countries. So naturally, every country will want to look after their own citizens. But I will show, Mr. Speaker, the assistance that Grenada received from friendly countries and from the diaspora, to see how much people responded to Grenada in our time of crisis. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has been allocated a budget of $8.5 million. Our main priority is resource mobilization, implementation of treaties and conventions, establishment of effective cadre of honorary council, and implementation of diaspora policies. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to report to this House that in face of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has reshaped our working environment and the way we conduct our diplomacy, our renewed engagement with our bilateral and multilateral partners, together with our diaspora community, have proven pivotal in fortifying government's response throughout this COVID-19 pandemic. Our ministry, through its diplomatic missions and representatives, have been aggressively at the forefront of efforts in securing assistance to Grenada. 1.7 million in contributions to the COVID-19 Relief Fund, PCR and rapid test kits, PPE, ventilators, and other equipments. 2.4 million in budgetary support to augment the work of the diplomatic missions in helping Grenada to meet its developmental needs. Negotiated and mobilized approximately 7.25 million in grants and other support from our honorary consular corps throughout the world. Coordinated and received approximately 4 million in supplies from the diaspora for donation to Grenada. Mr. Speaker, a total of $15.3 million was raised through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. But I want to highlight the technical support received from the diaspora and the financial support. You know, Mr. Speaker, the Grenadians living outside, and they're very, very concerned and connected to Grenada. We saw the response during Hurricane Ivan and Emily, and now during this pandemic. But what the ministry has decided, not only during crisis we should reach out to the diaspora. So we have set up the diaspora office with staff, you know, Mr. Speaker. We now have a diaspora office with staff working on a full-time basis to engage the people in the diaspora. Because the way they responded, so we're going to take a project-like approach. We're going to identify certain projects and programs in Grenada and then go to the diaspora for funding, so it will be done on a continuous basis. Because in Grenada's development agenda, we need the full support of the diaspora. So that is our plan for the new year with the diaspora office. We must also recognize the sterling support from our regional and international partners, from whom we receive substantial donations of PPEs, test kits, and other medical supplies. We express our gratitude to the government of Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, the People's Republic of China, the United States of America, the United Kingdom, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, the government of the Republic of Cuba, United States of Mexico, Argentina, and other bilateral countries who came to our assistance during this COVID-19 period. This period has been trying to the entire global community. Yet in the face of our own domestic concern, of their own domestic concern, countries reached out to us and they were very generous in their support. Mr. Speaker, one of the major accomplishments of the treaty's desk was the successful accession to the Chemicals Convention. You may recall that exporters of scrap metal were unable to export because of a ban on Grenada for not being a party to the Basel Convention. I know the Minister of the Environment would like to hear that, because she always asking me if we sign on. Well, so I want to report to this House, because the last time we did not sign on when I spoke, that the ministry can now report that the instrument of accession was deposited to the United Nations, and Grenada is now a party to not just the Basel Convention, but to the Stockholm and Rotterdam Convention. Our ministry has begun engagement with the Secretariat of the Convention and all other stakeholders in an effort to have the ban lifted so that our local exporters can resume exporting scrap metal. The Secretariat has pledged $20,000 US to assist government with the implementation of the convention. As we said, we have limited resources. So to be fully compliant, we like financial and technical assistance. And they have pledged 20,000 US and also technical assistance to assist Grenada in this regard. The ministry has initiated several changes to its diplomatic representation abroad. And I am pleased to inform this Honorable House of the change in appointments. Mrs. Dawn Francois Wright has been appointed Honorary Consul General of Grenada to the Consulate General in Toronto. Mr. Derek James has returned to Grenada and now serves as the head of the Office of Diaspora Affairs. Her Excellency Yolan Smith, who is Ambassador to the United States, has also been appointed as the non-resident High Commissioner of Grenada to Canada. Mr. Alexander Schreider has been appointed as Consul General at the Consulate General in Miami. The ministry anticipates the accreditation of permanent representatives to FAO and WTO very soon. During the last budget debate, I informed the Honorable House that government, through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, received assistance from International Office of Migration, IOM, to develop a draft National Diaspora Engagement Policy and Action Plan. Today, I am pleased to inform that the Grenada National Diaspora Engagement Policy and Action Plan was passed by Cabinet and officially launched in August of this year, the Diaspora Office. Under the auspices of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, that office is located upstairs the museum in St. George's and is now open and fully functional. We have seen the diaspora at work during this pandemic. We have received approximately 4 million water supplies from Grenadians around the world. We know that the contribution in this period amount to much more, as this figure only represents the contribution sent via the missions and ministry. In 2022 and beyond, Mr. Speaker, the power of the diaspora will be leveraged systematically to facilitate and enhance its direct engagement contribution to Grenada. As mentioned previously, the diaspora must be involved in our development agenda. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs made a commitment to this nation in several areas coming into 2021, and we are pleased to have delivered in mobilizing significant resources for national development, especially in aiding the fight against COVID-19. We are pleased with the strides we have made in the engagement of all our citizens and organizations outside of Grenada. The ministry has led from the front, and we have delivered, Mr. Speaker. I wish to inform this Honorable House that at the 44th session of the General Conference of UNESCO in Paris, Grenada was re-elected to serve on the Executive Board of the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization for the term 2021 to 2025 for a second consecutive term. As a member of the Executive Board for the term 2017 to 2021, and in spite of the challenging circumstances of COVID-19, Grenada, through its permanent delegation to UNESCO, actively contributed to advancing the cause of small island developing states and other priorities of UNESCO. In addition, in April 2021, following a successful campaign, Grenada was also elected to the Executive Board of UNICEF for a 3-year term, 2022 to 2024, securing the only seat available to Latin America and the Caribbean. Grenada will serve on the Executive Board beginning 1st of January 2022. This success only came about because of the respect countries all over the world now have for Grenada. The only seat in Latin America and the Caribbean that was available. and Grenada was elected from the group of Latin America and the Caribbean. I'm also pleased to report that Grenada joined the rest of CARICOM in electing its first female Secretary General, Dr. Carla Barnett of Belize. Dr. Barnett is highly experienced and possesses the skills to navigate the region through this current challenging time. I take this opportunity to state in this honorable house that the former Secretary General of CARICOM, whose term of office came to an end, he had 2 5-year term, His Excellency Orin LaRocque, wish to place on record our thanks to the former Secretary General, who was a good friend of Grenada and served the community well. In terms of international business, I am pleased to remind this House that Grenada's flag is currently being flown high among the community of nations at the Dubai Expo under the theme, Connecting Minds, Creating the Future. International expos are regarded as being among the largest events in the world. 15 million people are expected to visit Expo 2020 despite the pandemic. The Expo 2020 Dubai commenced on October 1st, 2021 and will end on March 31st, 2022. Mr. Speaker, may I please you to note that 2 containers of locally manufactured products from 15 manufacturing enterprises in Grenada have already been shipped in Dubai and is on display in Dubai. And the visits to our pavilion, Grenada has its own pavilion, and on a daily basis, thousands of people pass through our pavilion and very impressed with Grenada products, Mr. Speaker. Grenada's National Day will be on the 15th of January in Dubai, where it will feature Grenada investment opportunities, performance from our local artists, 12 local artists. 12 local artists will be there performing. And as the Minister for International Business, I will be there, Mr. Speaker, to deliver a 5-minute address highlighting Grenada's investment and manufacturing. As we work towards recovery, the Ministry will work with our partners and stakeholders to build resilience by reducing risk from, preparing for, and responding to disasters, particularly within our region. The Ministry will continue to uphold Grenada's strong record of global action on climate change, encouraging international support for ongoing climate negotiations, advocating for building resilience to climate change, and supporting transformational infrastructure and sustainable growth. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, International Business and CARICOM Affairs aims to strengthen Grenada's engagement with the international community through enhanced diplomatic representation abroad. The strategy will also involve reviewing the performance of all our mission and consulates, including all accreditations, expanding representation by opening new diplomatic missions and consulates in strategic locations, and deploying additional staff to key diplomatic missions abroad. Because of the high cost of running missions around the world, the strategy is to open consulate and appoint diplomats to these consulates throughout the world so that Grenadians can be represented. And these consulates that will be open will be of no cost to the government. We will appoint a consul general, ambassadors, and they have promised and pledged to meet the cost of operating these missions on behalf of Grenada. And so we will save a lot of money from local budget when we have this consulate all over representing Grenadians wherever they go. The Ministry seeks to secure the international obligations that the country enters of political, social, and economic relevance and benefit to our country. The ministry also seeks to ensure that the country's commitment to these obligations are met in a timely manner. This will also involve partnering with key stakeholders like the Ministry of Finance in carrying out a comprehensive review of all international obligations, development of a database and a framework of engagement. This will ensure effective participation of the country in international fora and securing the benefits of our country. Mr. Speaker, we continue to ensure proper representation of our people in the external environment. The ministry seeks to enhance participation of Grenadians living abroad in national development by developing structures of engagement, a database of Grenadians living abroad, and the skills, development of a dedicated web portal to enhance interaction and communication on the national opportunities, as well as effective provision of consular service will be dealt with. In our resource mobilization efforts, we recognize the need to increase our consular representation, particularly in regions where we have none. We at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, International Business and CARICOM Affairs remain steadfast in our efforts to protect and preserve our country's sovereignty while keenly executing our policies, both at home and abroad, to help Grenada to meet its developmental needs. An effective Ministry of Foreign Affairs augurs well for an effective government. I wish to recognize the team in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, International Business and CARICOM Affairs for the very valuable contribution and the steadfast support in ensuring that Grenada policies are implemented. Mr. Speaker, I wish to refer to some direct statements within the budget that was made during the presentation by the minister. Let me deal with the first one that I've heard. The first time $1 billion budget was presented to the House by Minister of Finance Nazim Bok, there was a deficit. And he was asked the question, well, how will you finance the deficit? He said, trust me, I know where the money coming from. That was his response. You recall that, Mr. Speaker? Trust me? Well, I really genuinely dealing with. You did asking a finance minister because that is the obvious question. If you present a budget and you say you have a deficit, nothing wrong in having a deficit, you know, Mr. Speaker, and I will show that there is nothing wrong in having a budget deficit. Just say where the money is going to come from. Because if you cannot say that, you would not achieve all the plans you have to spend the money because you don't know where it's coming from. But I turn to page 14 of the budget. 5.2, financing of the 2022 capital budget. The Minister of Finance said that there will be a $98 million financing gap. And then he went on to say, this gap will be identify funding to fully close the gap. 1, external sources comprising of new loan disbursement minus principal repayment amounting to $14.4 million. One of the key sources of new external loan disbursement is a budget support operation with the World Bank in the tune of $25 million US or 67 million EC, which will become available in the first quarter of 2022. Other sources draw down from the consolidated revenue of $83.6 million. The minister is pointing out clearly how the budget, the deficit will be financed. That is what you need to see, you know. After the budget debate, I was outside talking to a good friend of mine, very good friend, an economist. Last year, he had a lot of things to say about the minister never say how the financing of government, the budget should explain how it will be financed. So I was standing outside there talking to him, and a member of the media came up to him and said, I would like to have an interview with you. Tell me what you think about the budget as presented. Mr. Speaker, his response was, I need to go home and study the numbers, so call me next week. He will respond. Dumbfounded, couldn't say anything after the minister presented. He had so much to say last year that I was anxious to hear him this year. This year he said, give him a week to go and respond to go by economists, you know. The minister, it took him a year to come back. And yesterday, I was listening anxiously for the NDC Heartbeat program, come from on We FM from 12 to 1. Because last year, they tuned in and they brought in all sorts of experts to criticize the budget. So I said, this year, let me hear so that I can respond in my presentation. You know what I did, Mr. Speaker, yesterday when the host came on? He said, today we'll have a different program, we'll play some music. So for 1 hour, music alone, not a word on the budget. No, unlike the other years, all of the other years, you know, they have a response to the budget. So yesterday I was anxiously, as I said, looking forward to it, but I heard a nice music, you know, nice inspirational music they played. Well, of course, with a budget like that, the only thing you could do is play nice inspirational music, including gospel music, you know, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if you heard it, Mr. Speaker. I would like you to hear it. That was the response. So I deal with the budget deficit of 98. Let me go on to the other things in it. So I heard asking the question that the money that we plan, and it's good to explain these things so that people understand. The 1 month payment to the frontline workers and the half month for other public sector workers. They're asking the question where this money will where the money will come from to meet that, to pay. Mr. Speaker, let me make it extremely clear. The 1 month and the half month that are going to be paid is a one-off payment, you know. A one-off is not a recurrent payment. A one-off payment. When you pay it in December, that's it. They are confusing it with a recurrent expenditure that you must meet every month. The recurrent expenditure we have to meet every month is the 4% increase in salary. So they say, well, how come you could pay that and still pay the 4% increase in salary? They want to see where we're going to get the money this year to do that. Where are we going to get, but the Minister of Finance said, where are we going to get the money? In a budget, deals with the allocation of resources. So you estimate how much revenue we collect, and then you look at your expenditure, and you allocate your expenses accordingly. That is the objective budget, you know. Your resource allocation. So when you have some people say you could give agriculture more and help more, anybody could stand up and say that. Your budget constraint is 1.3 billion, that's what you have. So that is your budget constraint. You must allocate efficiently all your resources within that budget constraint and determine what you give priority. So, Mr. Speaker, this budget will live in a society, you know. We don't just live in an economy. So all you look at is the economic data. We live in a society, and this budget addresses the needs of the people in the society. That is what it does. So you're talking about allocation for this and economic data. What's up with the people? This budget put people at the center of development. And therefore all the measures that are announced to assist people, you know, who benefited from all the measures, the needy assistance program, the seed, the increase, and I will show later how the allocation that the minister spoke about going to bring forth the development and the transformation that we need. And once you put people at the center of development, Mr. Speaker, that is how you're going to have a society, not just an economy, a society of people that are energized, are ready to produce, and they are motivated. Because during this pandemic, people are depressed, they are locked down, we can't move. The World Tourism Organization had predicted that tourism, especially cruise ship, would not come back to full glory until 2023, you know. But we're in 2021, and look, you open back up, you know, in 2021. People do not want to just be locked up. They're happy to go on a cruise and go and visit other countries. I was surprised, Mr. Speaker, you know, when I saw the news that the tourism industry, cruise ship open up, and Grenada going to get 200 calls. I say, you mean in a pandemic, people still going on cruise and going on visit? Because the prediction was for 2023.
Take the vaccine.
But they fully vaccinated, and they see, with fully vaccinated, they are prepared to visit. And if all people want greater interaction with tourists that are fully vaccinated, then they must be fully vaccinated to protect themselves. You are tourists coming here, and the tourists fully vaccinated. You complaining that you cannot get to meet the tourists, and you are not fully vaccinated. All you need to do is get fully vaccinated so you can have interaction with these people. That is what we need to do. So we need to call on our people to get vaccinated. That's how countries going to open up, you know. When the people reach herd immunity, the level at which they open. So countries are opening up, and they're telling the people, we are opening up. We are admitting only fully vaccinated people like Grenada is doing, but you too should be fully vaccinated. Simple message. Then I heard the leader of NDC, in his response to the budget, he said that because of the increase in the freight charges, that double in some cases, that government is getting a windfall, he said, of revenue now, because you're charging on CIF, the CIF value. So if you free charge double, then you'll get a windfall, he said, you're getting. Well, all he had to do was to look at the 2019 figures and compare it to 2020 and 2021. And you will see that there is no windfall from revenue coming out of it. But I see what he used, I put in exactly the word he used. That and suggested that if we want to get relief, what we should do is do not charge at the freight. Charge FOB. You know the countries that charge an FOB, right? That means you do include the insurance, you do include the freight. You know how they collect their taxes on the same goods? When you go to shop in the United States and you go up to the cashier to pay, when you see the price, 15% more you have to pay some state tax, because it varies by state. You have the federal tax, and then you have state tax, you know. Taxes, and then you sales tax. That's how they collect their revenue from the same goods that they do FOB now. So don't think that because they did not collect it at the port, that is not tax. In fact, I went to one state once, and I had to return the item because there were 3 charges on it, you know. The sales tax, which is federal. They had a tax for the state, and the county in which I was, they had a county tax, you know. So it came up to, I think, 17% more than when I saw the price. But, well, a poor man like me who a budget for the price and see I had to return the item. So he can't don't be fool about you could take out freight and just charge the thing. Well, I take it out. Tell me where you're getting the revenue. You getting the revenue from border taxes. That is the main area of revenue. VAT is a major source of revenue to the country. Because when you look at income tax, if you make less than $3,000, you do not pay income tax. You do no income tax. So one minister told me, he said, well, why don't you charge everybody? He said, this time you want to, he said, we wish we had that policy space, you know. He said, if we had that, you know what we were going to do? We were going to bring it down and charge everybody income tax. Because you have room. I said, no, we don't believe in high taxes on people, income tax, because the more disposable income you have, the more you will spend or save. Because if you have a propensity to spend, you will spend more, and if the propensity is to save, you will save more. But the more disposable income you have is better for the economy. And income tax take away from your disposable income, you know, because it is deducted before you reach to you, you know. I remember when I first became and I saw my paycheck as a minister, I said right in this house that my take-home pay cannot even take me home. First you know, and you see, I'm still same thing. But some people saying, I have one trade union leader saying ministers get the 4%. Well, I say that to be a mistake. Ministers, 40% of ministers deserve to get an increase, not 4%. We look at the estimate of revenue and expenditure. The permanent secretary salary is way above minister. But how that could happen? I was a permanent secretary. I thought when I became a minister, that was a promotion. You know? Boy, I could get a promotion of $1,200 less in my salary. Less, you know. But how that system could be fair? You go up from permanent secretary to minister, and you're getting less money. Whereas the rest of the public services, you keep going up and up, your salary keep going up too. Up and up. So I don't understand this thing about minister get 4% too. So minister don't have to face the same cost of living and do the same shopping. And ministers don't family to take care of. Well, the constituent taking half. The demand from the constituents. You have one minister in parliament that 3 children go to university at the same time. Where the minister get the money to maintain that with this low salary. But if anytime ministers get any benefit, a guy tell me over the weekend, are you getting the 1 month pay? He say, you don't supposed to get it because ministers are not frontline workers. So we don't supposed to get it. Anything that come, you could give to the whole of the country. We're not ministers. You are like you're there to serve, just to serve. That's all. But you're not frontline worker, so you can't get. And you know we won't get. No, because I asked the Minister of Finance and he say he's not sure. Once he give me the answer, but we're not sure. And no, sure we're not getting. So the next thing I've heard about the comment about the budget is that only token, they say the minister came with him. Millions that I get on, they say, oh, I token, man, token. Just token. What? You're helping poor and vulnerable people to improve the standard of living, to give them subsistence, to help them to cope with this time. He said, I token. Token, he said that they're giving them, Mr. Speaker, some people, when they reach to a certain standard of living in life, they forget the poor people. Yeah, they forget poor people. I think you give a poor people a criticization. But these are the people that know exactly the policies of government that help them to lift the standard of living. Take, for example, Mr. Speaker, well, I will come to the toilet and bathroom when I go to my constituency, but I want to stick to the budget still. Then, this morning, I heard when the leader of the opposition presented, he said we should remove VAT on construction material. He said these 5 basic things. That's not the only 5 items that zero it, Mr. Speaker. They have a long list as the minister said in addition, he added 5 more to the list. You should look at the list that existed. It's 5 more, not just 5 alone. So for people out there who get a wrong impression, I want to clarify that. It is not only the 5 items that the minister announced that VAT is removed on. There is a long list of items which are 0 rated. You pay no VAT on it. So if you call it on to remove it from building material, so you remove VAT, a major source of revenue, because VAT is a tax on transactions, and the more business transaction you have, the more VAT you collect. So you remove it from building material, remove it from everything else, and at the end of the month come, no money to pay salary. But which government could operate so? Well, you might say you had one in the past that did that, they couldn't pay salary. But which serious government could operate so? You're going to remove VAT and most of the items that you're collecting the most money on, and then you cannot meet your recurrent expenditure. In everything you do, you have to do the cost and the benefit. The package that amounted to millions of dollars to give relief to the poor and vulnerable and the other groups in the community, you know. The reduction in the electricity charge, the capping of gas price at $15 is a major benefit to everyone. $15 cap, you know. Right now it's $17.45. From the next billing cycle, it will never cross 15. That is what the cap means. It would not cross it. So the gas price will increase. That's what government going to absorb the loss. Government is going to absorb the loss and cap it at 15. So you would not see gasoline price crossing 15 again. At one time, gasoline price had reached $18.50. The government at the time didn't talk about capping it. But they reached $17.50 and we say we're going to cap it. Everyone will benefit from that cap. These are the measures that were announced in the budget to give relief to people. So, Mr. Speaker, the final measure I want to elaborate on before I turn to my constituency is the support for micro, small, and medium enterprises. An additional $10 million placed in this year's budget to support micro, small, and medium enterprises. Mr. Speaker, is in this area that one of the areas that will drive growth is when these micro, small, and medium enterprises could access funding at 1% interest rate. 1%. Well, I made a call and said I wanted to go into rearing rabbits because I want to know best as a little boy I rear rabbits. But I was told I'm not qualified, but I don't understand. I said no, I'm applying as a micro, starting small, you know? You see, I think I'm not qualified, not because they're not assessing the business, they're assessing me, you know. The business plan also, the business plan. I say, look at the business plan that I submit and see if the business could be profitable to pay back the loan. Don't look at me and say, well, the minister, no. And that is, they must treat all applications from this micro, small, and the business, they must look at the business, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, if you go to the bank with a business plan, you personally, and they look at it, they're asking you what your salary is. You don't want a personal loan, so they're asking you what's your salary. What does that have to do with your business? If I go and ask for money to buy a vehicle, you have to ask me what's my salary, but not to start a business. And that is the traditional way the banks operate. That is why it's so difficult for the small man to get loan, and then they ask you for security. So when this government introduced for the first time, that before COVID, before COVID, $5 million was in the budget, for small people to get access to financing, because that was a major problem. Then the COVID come worse. Government increased it to 10 million, 1% increase. When these people get loan and start their own business and employ people, that will add to the growth in the economy. That is why we need $10 million there. So when they say where the growth will come from, they must know that this government, when the Minister of Finance presents his budget, he identified the area of growth, for the first time, tourism is not in the first three sectors of growth for the very first time. But because of COVID, there's a new variant. And we say we must prepare for it. One of the ways we have to prepare is the source market, If this new variant hit the source market, where our tourists coming from, and they cannot travel, that's a major blow to tourism, Major blow. You can't travel. Already, the WTO meeting that was scheduled to start today, which Minister Dario had his ticket and was ready to travel. 6 African countries banned from entering Switzerland, Geneva. So they meet and they call off the meeting because they say they do not know how many more ministers will face a ban, but already 6 was on the list. So they said, no, let us put off that meeting. So they had to postpone the meeting. Minister Dario was not supposed to be here today, going to WTO to represent us. So they are hoping that by the end of March, so this COVID could change everything in a minute, When we think we're making real progress and everything good like Grenada, and whole weekend them young people ask me if we having carnival, I say, well, it'd be a nice thing to have carnival. I say, but there's a new variant out, I say, you vaccinate? They vaccine. I say, well, no, well, if you want a carnival, well, get vaccinated, so that will help. Because if you reach the number that we want, the Minister of Health had indicated to me the amount of people, what percentage. I don't remember it now, but he said he has the figure of the amount of people that need to be vaccinated. And if we reach there, we could have a safe carnival. And I would like to see that. We're in December, our carnival is in August. So if everything goes well, and we could have a carnival, that's good. But again, people must take the vaccine that could help in the decision to have or not to have carnival. So it all boils down to people being fully vaccinated. You can't keep a country locked down, But how you want to function? I heard one prime minister say, well, if I lock down the country for 6 months, the people won't die for COVID, but they will die of starvation. Well, yeah, but they won't get food to eat. You won't be able to get pay. So you have to protect life, but what about livelihoods? So you have to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that your population is vaccinated so that you do not have to close down the economy because of the devastating impact it can have. And the only reason that this government could pay the 4% this year with the retroactive payment and then pay the next one because of prudent fiscal management. Imagine you had no surplus. It's no different from the household, I like to relate the government operation to the household, So for the people who have no savings in the bank and they lost their job, how are they making it? For those who had savings, they could rally for a little while. Well, the same thing with the government. Because we had savings from the years of prudent fiscal management, we were able to draw down on the savings to use it and maintain it without taking a lot of loans or borrowing. I remember the Minister of Finance saying, We were at 55% of GDP. I was in a program immediately last year after the budget. And there were two other economists on the program, and they both argued that Grenada debt to GDP ratio will cross 100% because we'll have to borrow heavily. I said, listen, the prediction from the Ministry of Finance is 69%, and I believe the highest it will reach is 70%. You know, we managed to make the 69%, they can't believe that. They say we must borrow. And so with debt to GDP ratio skyrocketed. I know right now we have one Caribbean country, because of the borrowing, the debt to GDP ratio is 175%. And that was a Caribbean country that was doing well. But lockdown, major sector tourism, they had to keep borrowing. But how long they could, that is not sustainable. So we were able, during a pandemic, to meet our recurrent expenditure without excessive borrowing. And even if the debt to GDP ratio had reached 75%, I would still be satisfied. Once we have it under 100%. This target of 55% in the Fiscal Responsibility Act, that's an ambitious target. You know? 55, the ECCB guideline is 60%, you know. But we're so ambitious, we say 55% we want to reach. But that's a good target. If you could meet all your expenses and generate revenue and increase productivity in the sector, then that's good. But to reach 69%, not 100% that they were predicting. So I am pleased with the measures, as I said, that has been announced in the budget and the PSIP. Now the public sector investment program is what will generate the largest growth. And in the last budget debate I said we need to improve on our implementation rate of these projects in order to achieve the growth that we're looking for. And the member from St. Patrick's West also indicated that the PSIP, and even in his last interview, he said that increase this year. I'm pleased to see the report from the minister that said we reach an 80% implementation rate. That is the standard rate we have to reach to get growth in our economy that is needed to drive this economy. And there's a 4.8% growth predicted. Well, even Minister last year predicted 6%, and you get 4.5. Well, all indication from IMF review, World Bank, downgrading countries, and saying the prediction they made about the increase in growth will not take place because of all this, what is happening in the world. And you're having growth still, some countries, negative growth, you know. Negative growth for most countries. In CARICOM, with the exception of Guyana, most countries are not growing more than 2%, you know. Guyana with the oil and gas, revenue and so on. And the expansive work they're doing, Guyana is the leading country in the CARICOM region for expanded growth. But during a COVID time, and we can get a 4.5% growth and a prediction of 4.8% in 2022. That is very good performance in the economy, Mr. Speaker. And we can achieve it if we continue this rate of implementation, the PSIP, and we disburse this $10 million to micro, small, and medium enterprise and all the other sectors, and we see coming back full the return to overstay visitors and everything like that in the tourism sector. That will increase production in agriculture because of the link between tourism and agriculture, and the Minister of Agriculture and will have a lot to say about that, how the leader of opposition see his own blight here in agriculture. But I'll leave that for the minister to deal with. So I'm not going into that, they're not my area. So Mr. Speaker, the budget measures are meant to achieve growth, to cushion the effects of COVID-19 on the people, as I said, we are more concerned about people in society than just talking about the economy. Society, as I mentioned, society is what we have to deal with, and people. So now, Mr. Speaker, I turn to my constituency, because sometimes I'm accused of leaving it for last and then rushing. Well, I'm not rushing today, I have some time. So, and there's so much going on there that I need the time, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, regarding the constituency, as you know, we are the largest constituency. And I look over to my friend from St. Andrews Northwest, I say every year, saying St. David's is the largest. Well, the fact, you know, but the fact won't change. So St. David's will get smaller from last year to this year. Okay. You know what happened to it? It's getting larger because we have 225 housing units to distribute, you know. 225 housing units, so the population will increase. We have 15,200 people approximately in St. David's. That will increase. That will increase. So it is the largest constituency. 52 communities in St. David's. So if I visit one a week, in that 1 year, you taking me? Oh my gosh, 50 and 12 polling divisions. And just the share said 8,680 registered voters, you know. All those constituencies, St. Andrews are half that amount. Because they divide in 4. Mr. Speaker, I am not saying to you that they should divide St. David. I'm just talking about the size, the sheer size, and the spread out of it. And therefore, it's a huge constituency, but it's a constituency now that has started benefiting, Mr. Speaker. And I will highlight only 10 projects. And I like the approach of my friend from St. John's, you know. Yes, I like that. Say where it is and yet who, because you're doing it and people still say they're not seen. But I seen. So I like what he said. Go near to Delmab House, there with the road bill. Let it go. Yes, say exactly where it is, because like that is only how they could see it. So next year I'll do that. But for this year, let me highlight the 10 major projects. I will do the routine one last. First, the construction of a Six Senses hotel at a cost of $40 million US, providing 300 temporary jobs and 200 permanent jobs, due to complete at the end of 2022, Mr. Speaker. Major. There's a top-class hotel, you know. Top-class hotel in St. David, you know. A second hotel will be constructed in La Sagesse. The signing will take place in 2 weeks' time, because the developers have reached agreement with Intercontinental, a next 5-star hotel, you know, coming to St. David's. Mr. Speaker, when next you come back to the constituency office for any activity, you would know where you are, you know. We're transforming the whole of St. David's, you know. Whole of St. David's will be transformed. You're getting 2 big hotels. The parliamentary representative from Tongue of St. George, for the Tongue of St. George, already tell me need workers in the hotel. I said I like that, because every time St. David's people are coming to St. George's, let St. George people come up now for working St. David's. That is the effect you're going to have in transformational, Mr. Speaker. There are 225 housing units that has been built in St. David's. Should be distributed in 2022 once all the facility, electricity, water, and everything connected. But you know, Mr. Speaker, we have more than 1,000 applications for it. So the housing authority have a real hard task, you know, in deciding how they want to distribute that. Because if you have 225 and you have 1,300 people applying, I wouldn't want to be in a position like that to have to see who will get. So I want to make it clear to everyone listening, the housing authority is responsible for the distribution of the housing units. Because I get calls every day about these housing units. I say, call the housing authority. They are the ones that will collect the money. They are the ones who will put the price for the house. and they will decide who gets based on their criteria. They have set criteria, you know. Based on the criteria, they will allocate the houses. But we hope to allocate it during 2022. And that new and modern housing facility will lift the standard of living of our people. And that is what this government is about, lifting the standard of living of our people. That's why we invest in so many houses. I already mentioned last year the lighting of the Malmong playing field. All I need to see now in Malmongs, we are drawing crowds from all over the island. So I went down there to see a windball cricket match, because they always invite me to do the opening and tell me, come. And a team from Tivoli, Tahoma, it says, Mr. Speaker, I hope I pronounce it right. Tahoma, right. You know, they played with versus River Sally. But I come and see two St. Davis team play. And then you had teams from Calis and all the areas coming. That come like a national windball competition now, you know. You see the ground. The first thing I did in the playing fields in St. Davis was to put in toilet facilities. Then I expanded Malmong playing field and put in lights. And I'm pleased to see the use that they are putting it into. The whole community using this facility there. And therefore, the next big playing field, Lassages playing field, which I had promised for a long time, and every year asking the Minister of Works, well, when we're going to start this lighting? And every time his response is very soon. But I'm pleased to announce to this House that the contract has been awarded and that on the 23rd of this month, work started in Lassages to light up Lassages playing field. And he said by the end of February, the whole work will be completed. So in March, when the schools there having their sports and track blazers doing their training, brand new facility, well lighted up, with international standard lights, international standards. Now you're bringing two Lassages in St. David's. Then the Vole pasture. Vole pasture. The contract has been signed and is funded by the local embassy, the People's Republic of China. The embassy is funding the lighting up of Vole pasture. And the contract was signed last week. And work will start very soon to light up Vole pasture. My intention is to light up all the playing fields. So one friend of mine said, well, so Minister, what you leaving for your next term to do? When you do all that here, I don't know if I do the next term. I say, yes, I want to focus on the development of our young people and ensuring more of them get to go to TAMCC and SGU, because it's education that will lift them out of poverty. More money, I want to see more money in that. Then we had the bathroom and toilet brigade going around. The Speaker, imagine these elderly people living in a home, and for the first time, they have inside bathroom and inside toilet. You know the difference that make? You know what the crippled man, a man on a wheelchair in Content said to me? He said, I never thought it's government that will build the bathroom and toilet for me. He said, I thought it would be my children. He said, government come up, and he did not have water in his house. So when we bring the bathroom and toilet, obviously we had to put in water. So we had to give him water. And that is what we do in throughout the constituency. This bathroom and toilet project has changed the lives of a lot of people, you know. That's one of the major projects in lifting people's quality of life, you know.
Yeah.
Big improvement. Running water inside. And the inside toilet and bath. A major difference in people's life. I'm very pleased with this project. So I told the Minister of Housing that I need more money to thing. She said, you're always using the excuse that St. David's is the biggest one, that's why you want more money. But they're not an excuse, they're a fact. I hope I'll get more money this year from her. And we have also, Mr. Speaker, the works have started at the La Pastora Road. There was a road that the residents always complain about, year after year. Work has now started in the La Pastora Road. The Wester Hall Secondary School, the upgrade has completed on the Wester Hall Secondary School. And Mr. Speaker, the big one, and anytime you're passing up St. David, stop by the police station, and right behind there, you will see work going on to house the fire tender that's coming to St. David's. The fire tender is coming there and you have his own facilities. Right now, when I came into office the first time, we did not have a single ATM machine in St. David's. So if you run out of cash, you either have to go to Grenville and St. George's. So I remember one of my friends saying, well, he wanted to put gas in his vehicle, but he had to go to St. George's or Grenville, and he's not sure. He asked which is the shortest distance because he's not sure the gas will take him there to get the money, right, to put it. You know, Mr. Speaker, we now have 2 ATM machines in St. David's. 2 ATM machines, one right opposite the police station and one in West Hall in the gas station. His problem solved now. You don't have to worry about how long it's taking you to go in St. George's and Grenville. It's right there in St. David's. So all these facilities are coming to St. David's. The ambulance will have a permanent place in St. David's with a driver from St. David's to provide service for the people of St. David's, Mr. Speaker. So these are the main highlights, but of course, I must talk about the other. Everybody has the same thing, the housing brigade, the food hampers. We distributed 384 food hampers throughout, and for this Christmas, we plan to continue that. The needy assistance, we have helped over 100 people with various areas, tuition assistance, medical assistance. Our uniform program, 433 beneficiaries in St. David's for the uniform program. Special projects, Mr. Speaker, that's the special project that the minister from St. John's was talking about, because we spent $692,891 doing 60 special projects, employing 300 people. So you must see that in Gong, because what we're doing is building box drain, retaining wall, minor roads throughout the constituency. So I don't understand why you could say you're not seeing it. So I'll say next year when I talk about special project, I'll put in a location, a copy in from my friend from St. John's. Yes, well, if I build a house in Minister Delma Thomas Yard Road, I'm saying that. Let them go and see it. Because in the area of youth, we have had our fair share of the program. Empower, Imani, Project Fly, Youth Parliament, General Construction, and the Beaton Community Center. We have a business center now in St. David's, you know. In Beaton, the community center has been refurbished, and they will be providing assistance to young people to get training in writing project, doing business plan, accounting, and so on in St. David's business center by youth. The youth department, when the minister called me and said they were looking for a place to set up the center, I said, well, that's an excellent idea. Well, she went to St. Mark's first, but that's all right. But St. David's now have theirs, have the business center, and we'll start the training very soon. With this business center for young people is one of the best ideas coming out of the youth for the help the young people. The Empower program. Mr. Speaker, there's a program that we go on the blocks, you know, and recruit the guys, you know. The guys that we take from the blocks. So when you say we have 40 and we end up with 25 graduating, but that's a good number because these guys lack discipline and all sort of thing, you know. I have to train them and keep them in a classroom setting. I went twice and speak to them. The first time I go, say the question, the first question, like, when you will legalize marijuana? I say, Lord have mercy. I say, well, keep listening. And if you want to get some more information, I'll invite the Minister of Agriculture to talk to you. That was the first question I get, you know. That's how but these guys stayed, learned a new skill, and the best part of the program, and I told the minister that they be given a startup money, yes, to help them to start up their business, you know. So millions of dollars in different areas of the youth budget to help train people. And you have equip people with the skills, you know, and put them on their own. A lot of them doing on their own, who bought weed eaters and other things, power wash, and all that thing, and they working on their own. Very, very good program. So when I hear criticism about all this money you're spending on youth, and they staying in the money how much years and all these things, the Minister of Youth will address that. But I know personally the benefits that has been derived from all these programs. In St. David's alone, and if St. David benefits just like that, I imagine all the other constituencies will benefit. So I'm pleased with the work that has been done in the thing, despite all the work we're doing in housing, yet the house repair program is in big demand. House repair. Housing is a major problem in Mr. Speaker. Because we have the 225 units, I tell you, 1,000 people wouldn't get. So I was speaking to a developer, someone who was interested in investing in Grenada. I said, well, come and invest in low-income housing. Because we have, look at the excess, I gave him the numbers, island-wide, of people who looking for low-income houses. So if you could bring it at a cost, reasonable cost, and people like to build the house on their own land, you know, they have the land. Because what we have in Korea, people are not used to living in these apartment buildings, you know. When you travel and you live in it, you know it's temporary. When you come back and you want a permanent house, that's a new way of life, you know, that will have its own problem with it, you know. That the minister will have to be prepared, the people going in there to have a lot of sessions with them. Because for the first time, believing somebody above you want to decide, anything, children are in the wrong, I'll say that. So I said to the developer, good investment will be to do it in low-income houses, but good standard, you know, that could withstand Category 5 hurricane, but at reasonable cost. And they are considering it. They are considering it. So see, in January, they said they will send down a team to look at where lands are available and people who have their own lands and see how cheap they could build these strong houses, 2-bedroom with bathroom, toilet, and everything, and see the lowest cost they could do it at, so that people could have decent housing. And so, Mr. Speaker,
this is a message from the Ministry of Health. If you or a family member suspect that you may have contracted COVID-19 and are displaying symptoms, please immediately self-isolate at home. This means that you must also avoid all contact with other members of your household. Do not visit hospitals or health centers, as this creates the potential for further spread of the virus, and it puts additional persons at risk when you come into contact with them. Your best course of action is to call the COVID-19 hotline at 458-4787 or 538-4787, or contact your nearest health center or medical station.
There you go. Look at the performance, look at the team, and see how well they have done. So that's the choice. And finally, I've already talked about that is an election budget. It seems to me, Mr. Speaker, that people forget an election cycle is 5 years. So if you're in your 4th year and you present a budget that gives support to people, how does an election budget? April next year will be 4 years, you know, because the election was the 13th of March, but the first sitting of the House was on the 27th of April. So they start counting from the first sitting of the House, which is 27th of April. And in an election year, it seems that you should not do anything. Because I have said, well, we're building roads now, and we're building bridges now because the election coming. So when the election coming, halt everything, because the election coming. But which government in the world operate that way? You put everything on hold because you say election coming. Well, to me, if election coming, they tell me you have to do the most work, not less work. So to talk about you building road and you building bridge and you giving assistance because the election, I don't understand that. If in April you vote in your 4th year in a 5-year cycle, of course, you your 4th year, you know. This budget is for 2022, which will be our 4th year. We can't go beyond 5, you know. It's not like you don't know when the election is going to be in a 5-year cycle. You don't know the exact time you're going to be called because the Prime Minister could call it any time. But if I am interested in politics, and I see 4 years in a 5-year cycle go, I'm preparing myself. I'm preparing. So to talk about you delivering things because the election coming, as though we're not supposed to do anything. So this budget is, some call it an election budget, a Christmas budget, all sort of budget. But one thing they cannot say about it is that this budget is a budget, they cannot say, that did not address the hardship and bring relief to the people of Grenada. That cannot be said about this budget. And so, Mr. Speaker, as I close, I want to thank the members from my constituency, the staff in the office. Some of them are here today for the hard work, dedication, and commitment throughout my tenure. This is my 2nd term in office. They have stood with me throughout the time. They have given me tremendous support in all the programs that we have in the constituency. And without them, I would not be successful in the constituency, because when you have a ministry to run, so I have foreign affairs, and only because of the COVID, the foreign affairs minister is not traveling every month. You know. Okay, I'm meeting, the amount of Zoom meeting I'm involved in. There was no COVID, I had to travel. Then the constituency, unless you have a strong team behind you, the constituency will be neglected. So it's because of the strong team with the office manager and the staff in the constituency that we're able to achieve all that we achieved now. And so I really want to congratulate them for their hard work and dedication and support. And so, Mr. Speaker, as I wrap up, I don't want the second bell ring. As I wrap up this budget debate, I must say how pleased I am with this budget for 2022, and it gives me a lot of hope for the future based on the measures that were announced. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Representative for St. David. Honorable Representative for St. Patrick East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give full support to the estimate of revenue and expenditure for the 2022 budget as given by the representative for St. George's Southwest and Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, this COVID year has really impacted negatively on families throughout the tri-island state of Grenada, Carriacou, and PT Martinique. Mr. Speaker, great efforts have been made to combat the spread of the COVID-19 virus, and we've all been affected one way or another by the lockdown, by the closure of schools, the closure of businesses, the closure of our arms, Mr. Speaker. When we greet each other now, we close our hands and we bend our elbows. We do not open arms to greet anyone no more. And so, Mr. Speaker, that really has created a dampening on the socio-economy of our country. And so, Mr. Speaker, hearing of the relief in the 2022 budget as read by our Minister of Finance is really welcomed by each and every one, particularly the people in St. Patrick East, who I have the great honor of representing. Mr. Speaker, the exemption of taxes of selected food items, some additional ones, and I'm really happy that the MP from St. David's would have clarified that, made it very clear that there is indeed a very long list. And so this further relief is being felt by our hardworking single mothers and fathers, Mr. Speaker, by those who are unemployed, by those who have very low income, Mr. Speaker, because they have really been struggling during the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, they have had a really hard time making ends meet because of the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, the taxi men, the hotel workers, the market vendors are only just returning to work. Mr. Speaker, the hairdressers, the barbers, the small shops, the retail stores, they were closed during our last COVID spread. Mr. Speaker, this will now enable them to earn an extra $1. They'll be able to add some extra items into their food basket. Mr. Speaker, lowering this tax burden, whatever can be done, will definitely assist all of these categories of persons that I've just mentioned so that they can realize some extra savings. Mr. Speaker, they'll be able to cope better. They'll be able to feel the relief because COVID has done quite a lot to the psyche of people. It is not just about the economic fallout, Mr. Speaker. There's been quite a lot of emotional and psychological burdens that our people are carrying. And so, Mr. Speaker, I really support this budget 100%. But I cannot end here by not speaking of our teachers, my fellow co-workers, my past colleagues, Mr. Speaker. They had to adapt to online teaching. And I really must commend them because our students did exceptionally well, I believe, in my view, despite the conditions. Mr. Speaker, my past colleagues just benefited from the 4%. And they too will benefit directly from the additional salary that they'll be getting at the end of the month of December, before Christmas. Additionally, there's the promise of the next 4% in a timely manner very early in 2022. So, Mr. Speaker, this budget, would be rewarding my past colleagues who have worked well in adapting to the online learning. Mr. Speaker, I know it couldn't have been an easy task, because, we're accustomed to the classroom, and so it really took quite a bit, and success was good, like I mentioned before, in terms of the students. And I just want to commend the Ministry of Education and all the stakeholders in the education process with all that they have done to ensure that our students continue to succeed and to be, and to do well in their exams. Mr. Speaker, all other members of the government service would be benefiting from the budget this year. Mr. Speaker, extra salary for Christmas, extra 4%. In addition, the changes to the electricity bill would surely alleviate any challenges that families have been facing. Mr. Speaker, small business owners are relieved. It will surely help everyone get back on track, Mr. Speaker, so that they can all recover from the effects of the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, the fuel and gas reduction will surely lift the burdens of the busmen, the taximen, the truckmen, and all private vehicle owners. Mr. Speaker, we know all mode of transportation is very important. Mr. Speaker, very, very important in ensuring that people continue to be productive. Mr. Speaker, transportation is quite critical in the, for getting tourism back up and running. Mr. Speaker, this budget, in my view, yes, it's for economic development, but I see it, Mr. Speaker, as a life changer. I see it as a mood booster. Mr. Speaker, I see this budget as motivating. People are looking forward to Christmas, but not only that, there's new hope for the new year, for 2022. Mr. Speaker, I hope and pray that as we enter back into our normal life, that we all continue to be safe. Mr. Speaker, permit me to share with you what our Ministry of ICT has been able to do during the pandemic to help our government serve its people better. Mr. Speaker, when COVID first reached our shores, the concept of remote work was really new to our public service, not just for Grenada or the Caribbean islands, but all around the Caribbean, all around the world. And Mr. Speaker, to be very honest, as a department, as a ministry, as a government, we were not 100% prepared for this. Remote working was not heard of before in our Caribbean island. Anyone who said that they were home working in the past was really just laughed at. And so, Mr. Speaker, we were committed to coming up with a number of initiatives to address this issue, because for the first lockdown, we had to put systems in place. And I must report, Mr. Speaker, that we were prepared for the second wave. And so we've had persons working at home. And so all the initiatives that were taken by our Ministry of ICT would have helped to maintain and enhance productivity in the workplace. Mr. Speaker, basically what did we do? On all the desks in the ministry has been computers that we call desktops. No way possible can those be transported home so that work can continue or remote work can actually be a reality. So what is the first thing that was actually done is in replacing those desktops with laptops and docking stations. Mr. Speaker, a docking station really would enable someone to work remotely. They can work at home as well as they can work from their office. It includes a large screen monitor and some little devices that one just connect the laptop to when one arrives at work. At the end of the day, the person who was writing that letter and didn't complete it can carry that laptop home, continue writing the letter, come back next morning, send it off. There's no break in productivity. And so, Mr. Speaker, what has been done through our new procurement policy is to order laptops and docking stations for a great number of workers in our government ministries. Mr. Speaker, our IT officers have gone so far as to select some of the screens for the docking stations that are nicely curved, and so make it gently, make it easier for, easier on the eyes, Mr. Speaker, because it is not possible to look at a laptop all day, and so hence the reason for the much larger screens. Mr. Speaker, we are very happy to also announce that a virtual private network, a VPN system was also established. This allowed our workers, Mr. Speaker, to do some very high security activities from anywhere, whether it is in their homes, you know, I don't know, wherever they choose to sit once they have their laptops. Mr. Speaker, government pays workers through a system called Smart Stream. And so, Mr. Speaker, for the first time, accounting officers, budget officers, whoever were working on government finances were able to do so out of the ministry. And it's because of the implementation, the establishment of a VPN system by our ICT ministry. Mr. Speaker, this has indeed ensured that workers got paid on time, government bills got settled, all of that was done. Mr. Speaker, in the course of the year to come, the Ministry of ICT will continue its initiatives to reduce on the use of paper. And so what has happened, all of the traditional forms, instead of they being printed and sent all over the country, they have all been digitalized. We now have electronic forms of mostly all of the forms, electronic forms of the of those paper forms. And so this reduction in the use of paper would only mean reduced costs for government. And of course, savings has been tremendous. And so our ministry has really prepared government as much as possible for the last, state of emergency where workers were working remotely. Mr. Speaker, contribution was even made in the area of education, where every secondary school principal, teacher, and child were given an email address in the edu.gd domain. Mr. Speaker, that gave students and teachers the ability to, enhance the virtual teaching. Mr. Speaker, students were able to hold classes on Teams, instead of Zoom. Now, Teams is extremely interactive and is more conducive for education. There has been some challenges because, it is something new. And so what our ministry has done was to have extensive training sessions where trainers were trained to pass, these methods on to the school. And we want to say that those training sessions were quite well attended. And I trust that follow-up would have been done to establish the extent to which the schools were able to utilize this new system of Office 365, where all students are able to log on to Teams, hold their classes, interact with their friends, in and out of classes, hold chats and discussion. It's not different from a WhatsApp chat. There's quite a lot in this Office 365 platform. And so we don't want the primary schools to feel left out. And so our ministry would be rolling out that very same platform to all of our primary schools in the first quarter of 2022. Mr. Speaker, our policy of that of a government and of a ministry, that in digital transformation, no one should be left behind. And so, Mr. Speaker, we have partnered with the International Telecommunications Union and would have secured an assortment of specialized IT equipment that is fitted for persons who have speech impediment and vision impediments. Mr. Speaker, those equipment, when they were shared through the Ministry of Social Development to be sent on to the Grenada Council for the Disabled, was to ensure full inclusion. We call it our digital inclusion. Because, Mr. Speaker, there's no way, as a government that we can move forward, become a digital economy. And that is where the world is heading. And that is where we have to go. So we actually have to prepare. We cannot get there if we leave any sector behind. And so we've been working across ministries Whether you're abled or you're not so abled, we work with everyone to ensure that everyone has the opportunity to access technology, and so to feel part of the digital transformation. Mr. Speaker, there is no way possible that we can get there if we carry our, bags or cupboards or storerooms of paper behind us. Paper don't last long. We know the challenges that can be faced with, paper, the agents of weather, fire. And so as a responsible government, we have to secure our very critical documents. And so the digitization of the probate registry and the land and deed registry has begun, Mr. Speaker. And this is quite significant because, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to be told that my land paper is missing. This cannot work. And so we have to find alternative means of securing those critical documents. So, Mr. Speaker, our birth papers, our death certificates, our marriage certificates, all of these documents are now being copied and converted into digital forms that will be stored in a government data center. Well, let us call it cloud infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. This is the new way of securing documents. It is quite safe, and it is being done by large developing countries. And as a young developing country, Mr. Speaker, we are following very closely behind. And so we have to ensure that we mitigate for any form of disaster. We have to be prepared. We have to ensure that we protect all of our documents. Mr. Speaker, in the upcoming year, we would also be allowing all Grenadians, for the very first time, all citizens would be able to, 1, apply, 2, pay for, 3, receive an online or a digital birth certificate for the very first time. So in 2022, we would open this online digital platform where persons can, just have your virtual birth paper. It would be online, so you can forward it anywhere, you can print it if you so desire. Mr. Speaker, this is part of our digital transformation. Mr. Speaker, I'm not too sure if everyone in this room understands really what is coming. But I know that there's parts of the world, like in China, where you go and all you can walk with really is your cell phone. There's absolutely no cash needed in those societies. Mr. Speaker, I know that we are a very, very long way off, but it is part of the mandate of our Caribbean government. Mr. Speaker, there's Carib coin coming. There's so much things coming that I am not too sure that we are educating our nation sufficiently. And so as a ministry, I believe that that is something that we should also undertake. The education of our people so that they can be well prepared for all the changes that is about to come. Because remember, when you don't understand it, you will not accept it. Just like how we have vaccine hesitancy, Mr. Speaker, I foresee digital hesitancy. It is coming, and we will, get our kickbacks. But, Mr. Speaker, we are committed to this. And, we would also be securing our, all of the documents that is in our public library. I know going to the library as a young child, there's a pile of books and papers that we have to go through. But, Mr. Speaker, all the documents there are of great national and historic importance. So they too, Mr. Speaker, will be scanned and digitized and saved. They will be, and Mr. Speaker, when we're finished with one area, one government, or when we finish with all of the ministries, all the births and deaths, lands and deeds, when we're finished with all the birth paper, all the library documents, we would move on to all other government entities and secure them. Mr. Speaker, there are risks involved. When you take all your business and you put it up there in the clouds, you know, it's like you take all your business, you put it in the bank. You take all your business, you put it in a safe. You think it's safe, but, you know, there's always risk. So, Mr. Speaker, we know as we climb higher and higher up the digital ladder, government will be exposed, businesses will be exposed, citizens will be exposed to what is known as cyber crimes. And so, Mr. Speaker, as a Ministry of ICT, it is our priority to significantly curb and eliminate the risk and the potential threats of cybercrime attacks. Mr. Speaker, they have been happening. You've heard of your little Facebook account being hacked. You know, it's just a small version of the bigger picture. So, Mr. Speaker, cybercrime is real. And so, part of our responsibility and part of our focus and our priority next year, well, has always been, well, for 2021, going into 2022, would be will be that of cyber security, Mr. Speaker. And this Honorable House will, of course, hear much more about it. Because we have that duty to protect our people when they're out there on the internet. Internet is more accessible, and so we just have to make it more secure. And that has to be done for all of our citizens throughout Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. Mr. Speaker, we intend in the new year coming to roll out a massive change management strategy for our public officers. I don't think there's any way in which we could be preaching all of this and saying, okay, look at what government is doing, if our officers are not all there yet. We, like I said, we're leaving no one behind. And so we would hold several developmental sessions for our officers in the use of OneDrive, SharePoint, Microsoft Teams, and all other Office 365 applications. Mr. Speaker, we have to ensure that the skill set of our government officers is on par so that they can provide better service for our people, so that they can be an example. Because in this digital transformation that will occur, Mr. Speaker, there's no getting away from it. We have to ensure that all of our ministry staff, all of our government workers are ready and that they are prepared and they're ready to share government vision. And Mr. Speaker, if all countries around the world is heading there, little Grenada will not be left behind. So, Mr. Speaker, we took a bold move, and it was bold. We took an entire program in our ministry, our Prime Minister's ministry. We took an entire program and exposed 5,000 people to digital transformation. We just transformed their way of doing business. We didn't get their permission, but we did it as a trial. It was a pilot project. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to report here today that we have successfully launched the Digital School Uniform Program. And we had 5,000 plus Grenadian families shopping without cash in their pockets. They experienced what people in China, in Shanghai, and there's this part, couldn't pronounce it, you know, where there's absolutely no cash on the streets. There's no cash in the stores. Everyone uses their cell phones. Did we take a big chance? Of course we did. But we believed that it worked. And Mr. Speaker, we've had over a 96% success rate. People were able to shop with only their cell phones. And it was done right here in Little Grenada, Mr. Speaker, by people who have absolutely no credit cards. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure of these 5,000 people, not even 50 would have ordered something online. Well, they don't have credit cards, except they're using a friend credit card. But these are our vulnerable families who were selected to be part of this program. And so, Mr. Speaker, apart from introducing them to this new way of, it's called a cashless society, apart from giving them that experience, we safely report, Mr. Speaker, that there has been great savings. No paper were really printed with all the vouchers as before, so government saved funds there. And also, Mr. Speaker, there was no exchange of paper during that spread. Because, Mr. Speaker, these people were shopping after the jab were on the streets in Sotel, St. David's, and all over the country, St. Andrews. They went to shop after that. And so because we had these 5,000 people with only their cell phones, there was less interactions when they went shopping. And I would safely say that we, based on that method of digital school uniform program, we were able to curb or reduce the spread of the coronavirus that may have escalated because we had so much people with so much paper, voucher paper exchanging in the stores. And so, Mr. Speaker, I just want to thank the WePay Trinidad company for allowing us to use their software to roll out this pilot program. I also like to use the opportunity to thank all the officers in the Ministry of ICT and all the persons in the Prime Minister's ministry who would have contributed to this very, very new and very, very challenging program. The digital school uniform program. Mr. Speaker, in my constituency, 306 persons were able to shop with their cell phones, and they reported that they actually enjoyed this new experience. One or two had little challenges, and of course, we did our best to rectify as much of it as possible. Mr. Speaker, in St. Patrick East, many of our schools, and we have about 10 of them, are either being repaired or have completed their repairs. So the entire education, all the stakeholders in education in that constituency are extremely happy and very, very pleased with the number of work that has been done in conjunction with, of course, our Ministry of Education, Ministry of Works, and we also have some that were being done by the BNTF project. Mr. Speaker, permit me to report that the addition of a new wing and the repairs to the entire building structure of the Grenada Seventh-day Adventist Comprehensive School in Montrose is nearly completed, an $8 million EC project. Mr. Speaker, it brought so many jobs to our people. And what I want to say, Mr. Speaker, is despite the fact that we were going through a pandemic, at no point in time did this work and them shut down for any length of time. Mr. Speaker, I want to commend this government for continuing to give jobs and hope to our people in a pandemic when revenues were at an all-time low for the first time in a very, very long time. Mr. Speaker, many other schools, including the Montrose Seventh-day Adventist Primary School right next door, also got a total facelift, new everything, just like the River Sally Government School, posh, brand new structures, everything. You know, what I like now, what is happening in our schools, Mr. Speaker, there's no little piecemeal work being done. Our schools are being transformed. They look like hotels, and our children would benefit from this because when you live or you work in a good environment, it affects you very, very positively. Mr. Speaker, the Hermitage Government School is also under repair, and very soon the Rose Hill Primary School will start. Mr. Speaker, On behalf of the parents, the teachers, the children in St. Patrick East who attend the schools, I just want to say that, you know, some of the parents are here with us today. They really appreciate what this government is doing by creating safer, friendly learning environment for children so that they can get some form of sustainable education. Mr. Speaker, we have a community center in River Sally. It's a massive building, $1 million building. Mr. Speaker, it was it was the homes for vagrants. It is now complete, almost completed. We're just waiting on some extractor fans for the building to be handed over. The objective of its renovation is to transfer it into a resource center. And Mr. Speaker, we did intend to let it be one of the garment production centers, but we yielded to the Ministry of Youth Imani program because we thought that program would create so much more employment for young Imanis. And so, Mr. Speaker, we would most likely look at another item for production. And I just want to say, Mr. Speaker, that I commend this government for this venture of creating production centers. We have one in Montreat, St. Patrick. It is the National Skills Development Institute under the Ministry of Education. It's a furniture production center. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to commend the workers there who are producing furniture. They have drastically reduced our input bill. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say that our Minister for Finance is enjoying the skills of the workers there. He has a luxury desk, an L-shaped desk in his office that was produced in my constituency. Mr. Speaker, I think after he presented such a budget, I think he really deserves that desk. Mr. Speaker, in St. Patrick, again, we have a 27 million EC dollar project that is nearing completion, maybe a month or two, and the very best road network in all of Grenada will be completed. Mr. Speaker, 4 major bridges were built and extensive road network that connected St. Patrick with St. Andrews. Mr. Speaker, those 4 main bridges are on the main road between the 2 parishes. And every time a little bit of rain falls in the mountain, it floods. And so if you're going to St. Andrews from St. Patrick, you either had to pack up or pass all up the mountains. If you're coming from St. Andrews to St. Patrick, same thing. Because all of these areas to enter, we have many bridges, and most of them were below the level of the road. Mr. Speaker, I want to report that there is no more flooding in Pointsville, St. Patrick. There's no more flooding in Callaloo in Hermitage. Mr. Speaker, there's nothing hampering movement now between the parish of St. Patrick and St. Andrews, whether it's a rainy day or not. Mr. Speaker, our road network, like I said, I think it's one of the best in the island at present. Our road network, it's out of this world. And I just want to say that the project did have 1 or 2 little hold up, but everything is back on track now, and it has created great employment for our people, not just in the area of Montreat and Snell Hall, Hermitage, Montrose, Pointsville, but as far as St. Andrews, St. Mark's, and I even saw a few people there from St. John's. Mr. Speaker, that massive the project was. Hundreds upon hundreds of people have benefited from the St. Patrick Road project. Mr. Speaker, I stand here and I say to you today that, well, you and the listening nation and everyone who's listening, that my parish is ready, and we're really preparing for greater development. Mr. Speaker, such as is unfolding in the Grenada National Resort, Deliverer Hotel project. Mr. Speaker, every time I come to this honorable house and I speak of the project, I say the same thing over and over. We welcome this project in the northern part of the island. We need the jobs for our people in the parish of St. Patrick and all the neighboring parishes and as far as Carriacou. Mr. Speaker, we need the additional opportunities that will be created as a result of that project. Mr. Speaker, we need it so that our people will have a better life. Mr. Speaker, we look forward to this massive investment in our parish, filtering down in the pockets of the people of St. Patrick, particularly those in St. Patrick East. I know the people who are, neighboring the area of Liverer. I know they're all very excited. They always say to me, when is it starting? I just want to say to everyone that work is being done, just not on the ground yet. There's so much work that has to be done. Plans, research, there's quite a bit. And, jetties have to be organized. There's quite a lot of work that is really going on. And so we just ask you to be patient and to know that this government, we're collaborating and assisting as much as possible, working along with the investors to ensure that as a government, we do all that we can to ensure that this and all other projects come on stream. Mr. Speaker, I just want to thank the developers, the Singapore Heng Sheng Development Group. Mr. Speaker, they have made a donation of 44,000 EC dollars in food hampers to the entire parish of St. Patrick. Mr. Speaker, St. Patrick East will be getting 110 of those hampers. Sorry, not hampers, but vouchers. And St. Patrick West will be getting the other 110. So 220 vouchers would be distributed for the people in the parish from the Singapore Heng Sheng Development Group, who are the investors in the Liverer Hotel. Mr. Speaker, we really welcome this venture. And I just want to say thank you on behalf of the people, particularly, of course, those that I represent. They welcome this gesture, and but it's not only about doing something; it's about the consideration that goes into it, and choosing something that can really touch the lives of people that has gone through some period of hardship because of a pandemic. And also some period of, and to bring some joy to them for the Christmas season. It was very thoughtful of the developers, and I just really want to say how much we appreciate this and the efforts to helping our needy people have a wonderful Christmas.
This is a message from the Ministry of Health. If you or a family member suspect that you may have contracted COVID-19 and are displaying symptoms, please immediately self-isolate